be all right.
So.
It's going to be fine. Yesterday, we got thrown the breaking news of Micah Parsons coming to Green Bay. Shocked. I'm still shocked. 24 hours later, still processing, but the press conferences were slated for earlier today. They've been pushed back. And at 5 o'clock on this program, we'll hear from Brian Gutekunst and Micah Parsons at some point after that. We're just hanging tight on that.
Indeed.
So, the first thing
we have an Armin update on the tail. The
last I heard they were over
Missouri,
but I don't know. Yeah. KB is, I have to, before we dive into the show, KB, you said the other day that you were going to start wearing a real watch instead of your Apple Watch.
Yeah.
And I see you're wearing a real wristwatch.
I put the real watch on.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I didn't know the show was a formal occasion. Without my black tie.
Well, what had happened was I have a whole bunch of watches that my son eventually stole. And of course, he's moving out. He's moving to Boston, and then he walks into.
He doesn't want the clutter. He's getting rid of.
No, he's getting all the stuff
back.
He stole from me.
Yeah,
he's giving it all back. So he comes in, and on my desk, he throws these 3 watches down that I hadn't seen in a while, and I've always been wearing the Apple Watch. And I look at them. Of course, the batteries aren't working.
Of course not. So we have a special guest in studio joining us to hang out. Let's hear his walk-up music, ladies and gentlemen. He is a Milwaukee native, a talented left-handed relief pitcher on the in the game galaxy of stars. It is our buddy Dobie Maxwell.
Gentlemen, it is always fun to not only sit in here but to listen. I'm not smart nor good-looking, but I am a listener. And from Zabe all the way through Armin and Billy, and just to hear the good news today, it makes me proud to be a Wisconsinite and a fan.
You're old enough to remember when God told Reggie White to go to Green
I remember Clark Hinkle.
You remember when Don Hudson was drafted.
I remember when the helmets had no crossbar.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, right. It's a day in Packer history. And it's awesome.
It's incredible. Yeah. And as we look back at it, it came at us yesterday. Hunter broke the news to us on the air, and we just spent the rest of the time with our, once we picked our jaws up off the floor, we spent the rest of the time processing it. And one of the things I realized that this came so far out of left field. Now, anybody who wants to rip me for my for Tuesday when we said, the reason we don't talk about this stuff because it never happens. Mm-hmm. One of the basic tenets of the Drew and KB program is 90% of being a sports fan is getting kicked in the nads, and the other 10% is you're happy.
Yeah,
that was a 10% day yesterday. You're happy, but I underestimated, I guess, the stupidity, pettiness, and just arrogance of Jerry Jones, which I, at my own peril. But I'm glad to be wrong. I said we didn't waste time on this because it's never going to happen. I didn't think there was any way, especially after Trey Hendrickson and McLaurin were pulling this dance and they ended up signing with their own guys, right?
Mm-hmm,
so
sure.
I said, I'll be glad to be wrong, but it's not going to happen. And then it happened. I'm glad to be wrong. It's like saying in the second inning of a Brewers game when they're trailing 8-1, well, they're going to lose tonight. The streak is over. And then they win and you go, oh, I'm glad to be wrong.
You know what? I watched some of that and I have a bit of it. I watched some of Jura press conference
when he called him Michael.
He kept calling him Michael
4 times. He did.
Kept calling him Michael,
his
but listen,
correcting him like, "Hey, Gramps."
But
it's Michael.
Here, and we pulled this up. Here's him gaslighting.
Not yet. I don't have it toggled yet.
Not yet. We will. We'll
okay.
Get it. But what struck me is the last few big signings by the Packers, and it shows you the way the Packers operate. That I've always felt like Goody and those guys are not in the pocket of the NFL media industrial complex, like with the Schefters and the Rappaports and stuff, right? And like Glazer was tight with McCarthy and he got some stuff from the Packers, but for the most part, the Packers have stuff locked down. And this didn't break and nobody got inkling of it. And especially since the deal was consummated apparently a couple of days ago, and then they spent 2 days working on this contract that they gave him. So they knew they were getting him. Goody did a good job playing poker at the podium the other day, saying, "Oh, I can't talk."
He's one of the best.
Yeah, so he did a good job. But when the deal broke on X and those guys got it, it clearly came from the agent because they had all the terms, but we didn't know what was going back. So it didn't come from either team.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboys didn't want to publicize this because they're trading their best player in a market where Luka got traded,
sure,
to LA. But the Packers had this on lockdown for these couple of days, and these high-paid insiders who get paid by the tweet, they didn't have any whiff of it either, which was part of the reason I didn't think it was going to happen because no one was foreshadowing it. But then I'm reminded that the last few major fallen out of the sky Packers transactions,
no one knew about.
Julius Peppers tweeted a photo of himself signing his contract at Lambeau Field. That's the first we saw of it, right?
Even got wind of it.
Charles Woodson. No, it was down to Tampa Bay and Green Bay at that point for him because the Raiders were dumb enough to let him go the way the Cowboys let the way the Cowboys let Micah Parsons go. And that one, no one really, even until it was announced, like no one got wind of that too. So I will say kudos to the Packers, because in this era where it's almost impossible to keep a secret, everybody was on lockdown until it was consummated. And the agent, who is Micah Parsons' agent, also represents Jordan Love and other players. I think Xavier McKinney and a handful of other guys. They kept it on the down low, probably at the Packers' request.
I love that.
So that is cool. Well, as a writer, I mean, I like it when people tell me stuff. I don't.
Well, sure, you don't want to
scoops.
tell other people. You want the story.
Yeah, we're not in the scoops business anymore, right? So it's like, but those guys who get all the stories didn't get this one. And it's similar to the way John Horst is, because no one knew the Dame Lillard thing. No one knows about Giannis.
Well, the thing is that this wasn't even on the radar. I mean, everyone, we should get him. We should get him. No one is getting him. No one is getting him.
It started to percolate on Tuesday. And then our man, John Kuhn, threw us some breadcrumbs, apparently, when he said Micah freaking Parsons. And everybody was like, you troll. He's trolling. And as it turns out,
he was right.
He may have known something from somebody in the building. Who knows?
And the other, the other thing is that when you listen to that press conference, he's got me toggled now.
Oh, okay.
Listen to Jerry Jones gaslight Cowboys Nation.
Okay.
It is so good. Okay, there you go. 5.
Wow.
Don't get upset. We could get as many as 5 great players.
That sounds like girl math.
Yeah.
It's like
sounds like price is going down 1,500%.
Right. What you're gonna do is you're gonna go and you're gonna trade one of those draft picks, first rounders, and get 2 players, a low first rounder. No.
But you're hearing some Packers Nation fans saying, well, it's 2 draft choices. I remember the fans said they gave up a number 1 for Brett Favre.
Yes.
And he was nobody. Micah Parsons is somebody.
He is somebody.
And you know what? They're so Packers fans, I'm trying to think of the word, but I mean, they're just so crazy about this stuff sometimes, because it's like they never push all in. They don't do anything like this. Now they do it and you go, what are you giving up 2 number 1s for?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Kenny Clark is a Pro Bowl. Yes, he is.
Kenny Clark is 4 years older than Micah Parsons.
Absolutely. They might not have signed him after this year either.
All right, KB, you struck something with me. Luddy, you're on alert again, because KB said, can you think of one word to describe, you couldn't think of the word. Well, earlier today on Good Morning Football, they were using one word to describe Packers fans. And this was Kyle Brandt on Good Morning Football.
No relation.
As he was, no relation to Kevin Brandt. Although, if you had a brother, Kyle would be some people do like that alliteration with first names.
Yeah, sure.
This is Daniel, David, Dexter, they like that. Roger Clemens, famously, all of his sons' names started with the letter K, because he wanted strikeouts and strike out the side.
Wow. I strike out with women. Does that count?
That counts, yes. So, Luddy, you got Kyle Brandt for us. Let's take a listen to what he said, and he was holding up the sign, and we'll take a listen.
I have a very loaded word, guys. This is a word that triggers people. Here's my word for Packers fans right now. You guys, you Packers fans, I love you. You people. I'm gonna say I grew up spending summers in Wisconsin. I love Wisconsin. I love everything you stand for. Can you imagine being a Packers fan? Like, you're so taken care of. You're everything's always so great, even when it's not. It still is, because the headline is, if you were born in the mid 80s when you were a baby, you've never been a Packers fan without at least a Hall of Fame quarterback, and then whatever this version of Jordan Love is. And we already know that. But then every once in a while, the Packers, they give you this little bonus. They hit you with a little fan dividend. Be like, you know what? We'll give you Reggie White. We'll give you Charles Woodson. We'll give you Micah Parsons out of nowhere. It's like this gift that you get. You guys have it so good. It's cold out there in them streets for other fans. You have no idea what it's like to stand around a barrel fire with fingerless gloves just trying to stay warm. You're in your penthouse all the time. And if I sound like I'm jealous of you, I am. And everyone should be. You're so privileged. You're the trust fund fans. Everything is taken care of. You're so wonderful and so lucky and so great. There's a convertible in the driveway when you turn 16. It's just the life that you people live. And I'm happy for you, but I'm also very jealous of you. Once again, Packers fans just find a winning lottery ticket in their pocket. It's amazing.
That is Kyle
I
Brandt.
just love the way he said that. You're sitting there and all of a sudden they go, hey, here's Micah Parsons.
It's like, well, they're all shareholders, so they get a dividend. Sure. That's what happens when you buy stock. You get a dividend. But the sign that he held up was privilege, and he alluded to it later in that diatribe. But that was pretty much spot on of how much of the league looks at the Packers. Here's tiny Green Bay. We live in this polar vortex of a city and state, and other markets can't wrap their brains around just the whole thing.
In hockey, it was the Oilers with Gretzky back then.
True.
Because it's the same thing. They were privileged, and Edmonton Eskimos in football won it. So Edmonton was like the prize city. So how about, it's great. Sucks to be you. Great to be us.
It sucks to be a Bears fan or a Vikings fan.
I got called, KB, I don't know about you did. I know comedians in all the other cities in the NFC North. And I was told, I hope you get terminal diarrhea with someone one. I hope you get
terminal diarrhea,
tropical testicle fungus from another guy. And it's like, you're just jealous. Yeah. And they all say, yeah.
Yes.
Well, because I went to, on the way home last night, I went and turned on Dallas Sports Radio.
Oh, yeah.
It's anytime something bad happens to another city, that's the first place I go.
Thank God for the internet.
That's the first place I go. And I didn't realize that around the country, we're so insulated. We live in this little green and gold bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea around the country that the Packers are so resented.
Tim Allen's a Cowboys fan. He always has been.
He's been forever.
He's on suicide watch today.
It's pretty rough.
They really resent Green Bay.
Well, you know what?
The grades rolling in for this trade are quite lopsided towards the Packers.
Oh,
Packers. Sports Illustrated gave them an A, ESPN a B+. Seth Walder, he said, on a down-to-down basis, he wreaks absolute havoc. Micah Parsons. Last season was the first time in his career he didn't lead the league in pass rush win rate. He finished second. Since 2021, Parsons has had 30% pass rush win rate, meaning he beat his blocker within 2.5 seconds, 30% of the time.
Yikes.
He's a wrecker. He's an absolute, by far, that's the best in the league. He's the number one in pass rush wins and second in pressures. And now I've heard a little bit of the narrative flipping here. Like people say that, well, yeah, but he's not that great against the run. If you run right at him, that's the way to beat, speed rushers like him. Yeah, I was going to go on a date with this Cindy Crawford chick, but I saw the mole on her face.
Exactly.
I can't, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney, like her second and third toes are webbed together. It's too weird for me. I can't.
Or Megan Fox's thumbs.
Yes, that's another one. Absolutely.
I look past it.
CBS gave the trade an A+, saying it's a clear win for the Packers. The Athletic, A+, for the Packers.
Not yet.
USA Today, A-. So, yeah, winners and losers. Goody's a winner in this. Ed Policy's a winner in this. Now, this is also a font of speculation, and we're going to find out when Goody comes to the microphone today. People are going to ask, did Ed Policy have a hand in this? Because there's a new sheriff in town. There's a new president. Mark Murphy steps down, hands the rein to Ed Policy, and then on the eve of the season, they make this blockbuster deal, this acquisition. Now, my thing on this, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. I don't think he went in there and said, "Hey, be nice if you guys made something happen." I think they ran it by him and they said, you'd be cool with this, and
he's like Judge Smales in Caddyshack. Who wants an extension? You want an extension?
You want an extension?
You my pal.
So, but that might have been the backdrop of it, because Goody and LaFleur both have this year and next on their contracts. And he said when we were doing that car wash at Lambeau, KB, and we talked to Ed Policy, he told everybody, he's like, I don't believe in lame duck years, but I'm not giving those guys extensions now. Basically, they had to sing for it this year. And then I don't think either of their seats is particularly hot right now. Maybe if they have a losing record, if they miss the playoffs, or if they
lose to Detroit, it's going to be mass
10-7 or
panic. Don't you think? And they could totally do that.
Could be. Well, and that's the thing. They're going right into it. They got 2 games in the first 5 days of the season.
Washington's tough.
So, giddy up. I expect Washington to regress, and I don't know. I mean, and then to me, it's like the barometer. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about how this is it's the most shocking thing to happen in Wisconsin sports since the Bucks got Dame Lillard, and that didn't really work out through nobody's fault, injuries, but Dame's older, and this has a better chance given the parameters. But when you put this against the last time the Packers were in to trade for a speed rusher was Khalil Mack. The Raiders dumped him, and he went to Chicago. And the haul that the Raiders got was way better than what the Cowboys got.
You know who was in that haul? Josh Jacobs.
That was part of it, yeah.
Part of the haul.
Yeah.
So it kind of all
so
comes around.
all those draft picks. And then, people in Dallas are like, it's going to be like the Herschel Walker trade.
Boy.
Kenny Clark and 2 first-rounders. They better be Hall of Fame first-rounders, or otherwise I'd rather have Micah Parsons today.
Like the J.J. Walker trade.
Exactly.
Dynamite.
Yes. Share your thoughts with us on the NicoletLaw.com talking text line 877-794-1973. We're going to play Figure It Out today. We're going to talk to Marty Ronsky, the Chief Operating Officer of the Brewers, who are in Toronto tonight. They are north of the border, and they are squaring off against the Blue Jays, who have the best record in the American League. So the best team in the National League facing the best team in the
World
American
Series
League.
preview.
Exactly. That's what we're calling it. It's the Molitor Revenge Series. Right? We're going to stick it to Toronto because Molitor went there and won a World Series. But the Brewers are, we will talk about them as we move forward. We're going to talk about them with Marty Ronsky, and we need to just congratulate her on Sunday and stuff like that.
Oh,
we've talked about it before, and we'll mention this to Marty, but the when you work in sports, we talk to El Jefe about this all the time, John Greenberg from the Admirals, that you can have a great night or a great day in sports and still lose a game. Like if everything else goes great, the production goes great, and they knocked the euchre thing out of the park, and it was a stirring homestand. And they'll be back before you know it, because they're back on Labor Day with a 3:00 first pitch against the Phillies. And it's Dobie's favorite day, Dollar Hot Dog Day.
Oh, every day at Dollar Hot Dog.
Dollar Hot Dog Day. It's like you get a better deal than Costco, KB. Now the dog might be a little smaller. It doesn't come with a soda.
Ketchup's $30.
But Dollar Hot Dogs, ketchup, mustard, secret stadium.
Oh, you want a bun?
Yeah, that's gonna be extra.
Down payment on a bun.
Yes. All right. So 877-794-1973. Steve-O in the 608. Guys, please remember, Green Bay is the real, original America's team and always will be. Cowboys appropriated that at
They
a
sure
certain
did
point.
in the 70s.
That's when they played at Irving Stadium or Irving, Texas, the Cowboy Stadium. They had that kind of
the hole in the head
roof. Yeah, they got a hole in the stadium so God can watch the Cowboys on Sunday.
No, it's because they wanted a retractable roof, but they didn't understand that the roof wasn't capable of having a retractable roof, so they had a hole in the ceiling.
Yeah, giddy up. Matt in Milwaukee said, "Who's surprised that a Bears fan thinks we're privileged and is jealous of us?" Well, yeah, true. You're not wrong, but. Andy in Belgium said, "I've stood around plenty of barrel fires, so yes, we're pretty privileged." But did you do it with fingerless gloves? See, that was great imagery. He did a good job on that.
He
for
did.
A hacky sports guy. That was a well-crafted rant. I saw Dobie chuckling.
The funny part is I live in Bristol, which is right west of Kenosha by the state line. And there's a guy in my apartment building, that was listening to Chicago sports talk radio. And I came out of my house going to go, and he said, "And the Packers got Micah Parsons." And I said, "Are you serious?" "Yeah, are you happy now?" "Yeah, I'm really happy."
Yeah, I am.
I'm
matter of fact,
I'm old enough to remember when they were celebrating getting Jay Cutler and John Fox and Khalil Mack.
Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, and let's go.
For Mitch Trubisky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, amazing.
But classic. But these are the times. Now, again, was this going to work? We think it is. I thought the Dame Lillard thing was going to work.
Well, your buddy Dan Needles, friend of the show, friend of the planet, friend of sports, said this is not in his mind, not Reggie White. This could be more John Jefferson.
Yeah.
And I don't know,
because this was a guy who was holding out.
Yeah.
He's drawing those real deep parallels.
I see that. What kind of guy is he?
Here's the thing, though. When they got John Jefferson in that trade, they were going to put him next to James Lofton, right?
Right. Sure.
So they already had a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Packers don't have a guy like Micah Parsons. They've
Nobody
been
does.
looking for a guy like Micah. Yeah, nobody does except for maybe TJ Watt.
Older, much older.
Yeah. And Myles Garrett.
Yeah, great.
So,
he's great too.
But he's older too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is
he's a young stud.
I got the parallels that Needles was drawing there, but it's like,
Did you happen to see the tweet? I don't remember who it was from, or it was on Reddit. The Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy thing.
Yeah,
Did you see that with the 27th?
I didn't see it.
Oh, okay. Bart Starr was born January 9th, 1934.
Mm-hmm.
The championship game was played December 31st, 1961. That means Bart Starr was 27 years old.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go. And then
wait.
Yeah.
And then it says Brett Favre was born October 10th, 1969. On game day, he was 27 years old when he won the Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers was born in 1983. On game day, he was 27 years old when he won his first Super Bowl. And Jordan Love will turn 27 in November of the 2025 season.
Wow.
So they go, it's time. Now, I will say this. Jim Morrison, Mama Cass, Jimi Hendrix,
Amy Winehouse.
Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, also 27.
Yeah.
So there's two sides to that coin.
That's
But
true.
I'm going to do the heads up side.
I love that.
Favre was aided by the acquisition of Reggie White.
Yeah.
Rodgers benefited from the acquisition of Charles Woodson, and now they've given Micah Parsons
To Jordan Love.
to Jordan Love, who is a guy who's not a Hall of Famer yet,
Not
but
yet.
on the track. I mean, you can't have first 4 years be much better than he was. So
Amen.
he's on the track. So yes, that the parallels don't.
How about Russ
Don't stop
Ball
there.
for having the money available? And the Packers have the guy to give back, Kenny Clark, who was great.
Well,
A lot of things lined up here.
Yeah, the other thing to remember is, the Packers have screwed themselves in the draft for the next 2 years. Well, there's a really good chance that there's a couple of guys that are going to walk, and they're going to let them walk because of the way they structure their team.
Mhm.
Like Rasheed Walker's been a serviceable, solid, better than we expected replacement for David Bakhtiari at
Sure.
left tackle. They're going to let him walk and move Jordan Morgan down there, who's on his rookie deal.
Mhm.
But when Rasheed Walker walks, Walker walks.
That's what he does.
That was unintentional. When he leaves, and then when they let Sean Ryan go because they can't afford to pay him John Runyon money, and he's going to get paid more than they want to pay, they're going to get compensatory draft picks back
sure.
for those guys down the line, and they're going to have they're going to be able to maneuver those,
Right.
and they might be able to package something up and get back into a first round situation anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's the way they roll.
The
And
rich get richer.
they're like 2 moves ahead on the chessboard. Like Russ Ball is a key guy.
Absolutely key guy.
Key
Underrated.
guy and we've talked about it before. Like LaFleur is obsessed with what he's got on the field today, but Goody and the personnel guys and Russ Ball are looking, okay, these are going to be our costs 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years from now.
Mhm.
They're looking down the line, and the cap goes up every year. Really? So the Packers are still, this is a big matzo ball of a contract, but they're still in pretty
You
good
got to
shape.
do it, though, don't you think? You got to make 100 times out of 100. You got to roll the
Yeah.
dice.
You have to.
I think they're trying. Well, that's just it. They're trying. The timing is right.
They
Like
did.
when they went and got Woodson, they're like, we got this quarterback that can we win with. They're convinced they can win with Jordan Love. We got enough of a core.
Sure.
I think they were a contender without Micah Parsons,
I
but
would
they're
agree.
more of a contender now.
Yeah.
Yep, without a
And
doubt.
now it's like, it's not a reach to say, oh, they can be as good as Philadelphia,
Mhm.
right? Or
Yeah.
or anybody. It's
Sure do.
it's very it's fun times.
It's going
fun
to be
times.
great. Listen to the games on 97.3 The Game.
Absolutely.
Wayne and
Your
Larry.
flagship for Packers football. We're going to switch gears and talk a little baseball. Marty Ronsky's going to join us. The Brewers headed north of the border. They're playing in Toronto. Apparently, Jackson Churio is not quite back yet. Maybe tomorrow. But he's with them. And we'll talk to Marty Ronsky about what's going to happen at the ballpark when they come back after this quick weekend in Canada. Don't go anywhere. Dobie Maxwell's hanging out with us. Luddy's in for Hunter. We're going to play Figure It Out in about a half hour as Drew and KB statewide on the game.
The other thing that I would like to say is I firmly made a commitment to Michael this spring. Micah,
The Packers kick off their season September 7th against the Lions.
Throw, dodge on the slant, touchdown! Under pressure, he's hit and sacked by Clay Walker.
Coverage begins with Doug Russell in the Potawatomi Sportsbook Bet Above the Rest pregame show at 11 a.m. on your home for the Packers. 97.3 The Game.
Nagging pain in your back, hip, shoulder, or anywhere in between? You've stretched, iced, rested, and it's still there. It's time for something that actually works. At Game Day Men's Health, they offer EPAT therapy, a non-invasive, FDA-approved treatment that uses pressure waves to trigger healing at the source. No pills, no needles, no downtime. Just targeted in-office therapy that breaks down scar tissue, boosts blood flow, and speeds up recovery. Drew Wilson from 97 through the game. I tried EPAT for the first time for pain in my elbow, and honestly, it made a difference fast. No recovery time. I was back doing what I love. Well, I don't really love working out, but I was back doing it pain-free thanks to the EPAT therapy at Game Day Men's Health. EPAT has proven to treat pain in the neck, back, heel, elbow, hip, shoulder, ankle, you name it. No risk of infection, no side effects, and most guys see improvement in just a few sessions. Book your free consultation at GameDayMen'sHealth.com and get up to 33% off your treatment if you sign up in the month of August. With 5 area locations for game day men's health, you can heal smarter, move better, and feel stronger.
Water heaters don't last forever, and neither does this incredible deal from Thielman Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Right now, save $150 on any water heater installed this August. Thielman delivers top-notch equipment and expert installation, backed by more than 90 years of trusted service. Don't wait. This offer won't last long. 0% financing available. Visit ThielmanHeating.com to schedule your free estimate today. That's ThielmanHeating.com.
Hey, it's Drew Olson, and I have to tell you, I could not be happier with our new 97.3 The Game broadcast studio built by Reamer Remodel. It has been a game changer. And thanks to the Reamer Remodel team, RIEMER remodel.com.
I want them gummy squares. I want them gummy squares. I want some sleepy with no more anxiety. I need them gummy squares. I need them gummy squares. I need my wife to find her happy place really soon. We have Delta 8 CBD and new Delta 9s. Go to happyplacehemp.com.
Happyplacehemp.com.
25% off with promo code DrewKB. Happyplacehemp.com.
This summer, your wishes take center stage at WishFest at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all summer for over $1 million in prizes and earn entries into the WishFest prize drawings on Friday, September 26th. Your entries from July, August, and September all count. Plus, 5 lucky winners will have their ultimate wish granted. Wish big, win big. Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
People can't stop screaming about Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza. And no wonder. There's plenty to scream about, like the buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe tomato sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's frozen aisle and find out for yourself why Sport called Screamin' Sicilian Holy Pepperoni Frozen Pizza the best of the best. Screamin' Sicilian. Taste what all the screaming is about.
How far is too far? In the all-new 2026 Jeep Cherokee, that's up to you. Powered by a new 1.6-liter Turbo 4 engine, it's the iconic SUV, reimagined to put today's adventures and tomorrow's dreams in reach. So go ahead, keep the good times going. The all-new 2026 Jeep Cherokee. Jeep, there's only one. Jeep is a registered trademark of FCA US LLC.
This Labor Day at Lowe's, shop member-only doorbuster deals for a limited time. Save $50 on an Ego string trimmer, now $169. Plus, get 50% off select Holland pavers. Not a rewards member? Sign up for free today. But hurry, Labor Day doorbuster deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 9/1 while supplies last. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
With the iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They're the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
We call it Wagertainment.
All right, place your bets, place your bets.
VSiN, every night at 6. Presented by Potawatomi Sportsbook. Bet above the rest on Fox Sports 920. Make 97.3 The Game your #1 preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Rolling along, the Friday edition, Drew and KB from the Iron Jock studio, built by Reamer Remodel. We're joined today by our buddy comedian Dobie Maxwell. And right now on line one of the NicoletLaw.com talk and text line, we welcome our returning champion, friend of the program, Chief Operating Officer of the Milwaukee Brewers, Marty Wronski, joins us. Marty, how you doing on this Friday?
I'm doing great, but when you first said we're joined by comedian, I was like, whoa, what is the expectation here today? But here I am.
You've made us laugh
yes,
before. You probably
indeed.
could hold your own at open mic night.
Mm-hmm. Knock, knock.
Yeah.
I'll give you 5 minutes.
I will tell you, I'm admittedly one of the least funny people I know, but it's all good. We make up for it in other ways.
Good. You keep comedians in business. We need you. We love you.
Our listeners would beg to differ, Marty. Hey, beginning Monday, when you start this this really brief homestand, 3-game set against the Phillies, we'll be out what we call the one panel portion of the schedule. There's this, the the pocket schedule.
Oh,
We're down
just
to the last panel,
panel.
last
Down to the
month.
last panel.
Yep.
Yeah,
Funny.
I knew exactly what you were talking about, and we are indeed. And we've got that weird. We play Monday, off Tuesday. Thank God, by the way, and then play Wednesday and Thursday again. But home for the holiday on Monday, which is sure to be amazing.
I don't know how you guys do it 19 games in 18 days, because Drew and I do 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, and we're gassed by Saturday.
Hey, I'll tell you, I'm feeling for the guys. Right, our staff, yes, we're tired. The guys on the field have just, I mean, it's a lot, but they are hanging in there and they are doing great for us right now.
How it's very rare to have a Tuesday off in your industry, and to get this beyond after Labor Day, how was that worked in? And boy, your team does look like it could use a day off for the pitchers and everybody.
Yeah, everybody, right? It's just been a really long haul. I think there's rules about how many games in a row a team can be required to play, and I assure you, we're like right up against that limit right now. But it's the scheduling is the magic of Major League Baseball, as they try to fit in and because of those requirements for a day off here or there, it always works in sort of interesting ways. That whole science of scheduling, if you step back and think about what that takes, every team gets put in certain requests. And then you have points against you for the level of your. It goes on and on. Jim Batey from our office is our master. And he does a lot of that work with us. But hey, the day is welcome as an off day, whatever day it is.
There's a great, I don't know if it's a 30 for 30 but it's a ESPN of the old couple, the couple up in upstate New York who used to do it by hand up until maybe 15 years ago.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's just, it's the process is nuts, and it's been made even trickier by the fact that now, teams like to do events, concerts, what be it, at their ballpark on off days. So, this whole push, and now that, teams are traveling to other countries for certain series, right? We've got our special series, which we'd love to do. That just really makes that scheduling that much more complicated. So I cannot tell you exactly why we have a Tuesday off day. But we are not arguing.
Taco Tuesday. That's what it is.
Nothing wrong
There you
with
go.
that. Yeah. Well, that's true.
Everybody's busy. That's right.
And Hot Dog Monday, $1 hot dogs.
Coming out for that.
Toby's excited about that.
How do you even stay in business? Come on.
You guys, we're like, come on. It's amazing, right? And I'll tell you, our concessions partner, Delaware North, they're getting better and better at it, right? We set a record for the most at our ballpark the last time we did Dollar Dogs. We know we're going to break that record this time. So come on out for your $1 dogs. We are ready to roll on Monday. Got to celebrate for the holiday. But we're ready for it.
Does come with a bun, doesn't it? Just making sure.
He's like,
it'll be a surprise.
Buns, $12.
Yeah, the bun is $12. Ketchup's $5.
There you go. It's a surprise. You guys, it's like one of those surprise bobblehead things. You open it up to know whether you got the bun, right? No, kidding. Kidding.
Kidding.
Lots of hate for that, but no. But yes, hot dog with bun, $1 on Monday to celebrate Labor Day.
That's fantastic. Marty Ronsky, Chief Operating Officer of the Brewers, joining us here. Drew and KB, along with Dobie Maxwell. Tuesday is your day off, and it's the first one in a while. It'll be much needed, and then you're off the following Thursday and the following Monday. So by my math, in the first 2 weeks of September, you get 3 days off to recharge, which is a good thing going into
September.
The last half of September.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. It is, like I said, this is just the grind part of the schedule. Everybody's got it. And on top of it, it's the grind part of the year. So to have that stretch in August was pretty tough. But to come out where we are, well, we didn't do half bad. So we're really happy about it. And it's amazing how these guys bounce back, right? One off day, and now we've got 3 coming up, as you point out. They'll bounce back quickly. When you're going hard and you get a day to just get treatment, rest, not, get back out there in cleats or whatever else, it makes a really big difference.
Okay. One more thing about the schedule, because you guys recently released the schedule for next year, which I think is great. It lets people plan weddings and cookouts and family reunions.
Our annual thing was always Mother's Day. And for the last 2 years now, there was a stretch where they didn't have it. And whoever did the schedule, I need to thank them. It's back on Mother's Day, and it's the Yankees.
Oh, yeah.
What is the advantage, Marty, of having your schedule out right now at the end of August for next year?
Well, you want to know the funniest part about this? And this shows me so many things about who's paying attention to the Brewers this year. But this is actually later than we normally have the schedule out. So it's we've been pushing so hard at the league to get it out, but we're thrilled to have it out. And it allows for a million things, right? We are planning to take the excitement of this season right into next season. Right now, we've got season tickets for next year already on sale. We have set internal records already for the number of new season ticket members. We've got all sorts of gifts with purchase, so to speak. So there's this amazing jacket that we're giving away. Last year we did shoes. This year we're doing jackets for our new season seat members. But now is the time, and we are very pleasantly thrilled with how sales are going. Our fans are just showing up. They're showing up at the ballpark. They're showing up to tell us they want to be there next year, and we are having a great time with it. So having that schedule out early, exactly what you're saying, guys, right? It allows people to look and plan and feel like they actually know what they're committing to when we're loading up.
I remember leaving Fan Appreciation Day and that you'd hand out a schedule magnet with next year's schedule. And that was the first we saw of it. It's like, oh, holy cow. And now you're right. It's been pushed up a little bit. And unlike other sports that do their schedule reveal on a network show that takes 4 hours.
And have you released the schedule to all the real estate agents so they can get their stuff printed?
Oh my gosh, you guys, you'll appreciate when I first started doing this job a long time. Well, it wasn't not the job I'm currently, but when I first started as our lawyer, every time we release a schedule, to your exact point, there'd be like 15 people. I'd get these magnet schedules, and I was like, because actually the schedule is like the property of the league, and it's like protected in different ways. And I was like, oh no, do I really have to tell these people they can't do this? But it just makes me laugh to think back to that. It is a precious thing though, right? That schedule. So
it is.
And the biggest problem, guys, is your refrigerator magnetic anymore?
Yeah.
Mine is.
Part
of
it.
Yeah, part of it is.
I have a steel plate in my head, if that counts. I got my Brewer schedule on my left ear.
Nice. I'd like to see you walk around with that. I just, it's funny. I remember when the first time we had one of those fridges, I couldn't get my magnet to stick anymore. I was like, well, what good are these going forward?
Get rid of the refrigerator.
Yeah, new fridge time. Or
yeah, I guess so.
Or what we did was put family photos and cut them and super glue them to the old expired schedule, and then we stuck them on the fridge.
Sure.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I did not do that one, but guys, one other thing I've got to know, because we've got all these kids back to college, back to school. This entire stretch against the Phillies at home, the first, the third, and the fourth student nights for all those games. So we really want to welcome back those college students at all of our local universities. And so take a look. If you're a student looking for something to do this week, next week, please take a look. We've got those specials around it as well. And then the third, guys, is actually Bark at the Park. Food Farm partnered with us again. Bark at the Park is always a huge deal at the ballpark. We can't wait. And this year we've got everybody up on like all of Terrace. So it's going to be a really fun celebration.
Do you have a good doorbell sound effect to ring throughout the game?
Oh, yeah. We're going to go with that. And then we saw good fireworks. Right. Lots of fireworks are going to be.
Wow.
And you're just going to parade FedEx guys across the concourse.
That's what it's all about. That's really how we celebrate. But no, none of that. There we go. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that's perfect. That is one of those. I think it's like every team that does that, their broadcasters, it's their favorite day of the year because it's just panning around showing people with their dogs.
There was someone who had one of those big Tibetan Mastiffs.
Oh man,
I think it might have been here, and they showed it.
I gotta tell you, those dogs are so good too. I'm gonna knock on wood. But I cannot believe as I walk around, it makes me embarrassed about my own dogs. Because I could not take my dogs to the ballpark.
Kenneth will not be there.
No,
yeah, there is zero chance. And these people come in and their dogs sit there perfectly and watch the game. And I'm like, I have clearly failed in that space. But it is fun to watch. And people really show up. They just absolutely love it. So we're thrilled. We can't wait. Like I said, we've got a bigger space for folks and their dogs this year. So if you haven't yet, please take a look. We've got a really cool water bowl giveaway with that ticket.
You got dollar milk bones?
No, sorry.
No.
Those are regular price.
Next year,
regular
okay.
price.
Got to eat. Got to make your business to eat.
There will be other activations. So the Phillies $1 hot dog day, Labor Day, 3:00 start, 6:40 on Wednesday, and then a getaway game at 3:10, which is a bit pushed back.
I'm going Thursday. I'm going to go
Thursday
Yeah.
For you guys.
Yeah.
Marty, we can't let you go without saying congratulations and thank you for Sunday, the Euchre celebration. KB and I were both there with our families as fans, paying customers. customers, mind you.
5 stars.
Not using our press passes, but we thought I knew you guys would hit this out of the park, and you did. So congratulations.
Not a dry eye in the joint.
Walk off grand slam.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Tyler Barnes, Jamie Patton, the whole gang did. Jackie did such an incredible job with it. And, again, we are so grateful to the fans. I said, and the way that everyone in that ballpark made 43,000 people feel like we were each in an intimate setting to honor Bob was absolutely extraordinary. And we are so grateful to everyone that showed up.
And, the highlight that I saw on social media was Willie Adames on the top step out there watching all the guys. And you could just tell by the way he was looking. He wished he would be out there with them. Then he goes and hits 2 home runs. Which was perfect because the Brewers still win. He hits 2 home runs and then follows it up with 2 to beat the Cubs.
Yeah.
Yes.
What a guy. He's still one of us.
What a guy. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but his shoes, one honored Bob, one said thank you, Milwaukee. That guy is such a class act and we miss him.
Yep, absolutely.
Congratulations. It's a year of destiny.
Yes, we hope. Marty, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. And we will talk to you down the line. Have a great Labor Day weekend.
Thanks, you guys. Go Brewers.
Thanks, Marty.
Win tonight.
All
Talk to you soon.
Okay. Marty Ronsky, Chief Operating Officer of the Brewers, who face the best team in the American League tonight, the Toronto Blue Jays. Now, the Brewers, if you stopped the season today and looked at everybody in the playoffs, and you looked at the Brewers' performance against all the rest of the teams that qualify for the playoffs, right at this moment, they're 29-17.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Pretty good. All right. We're coming up on 4:00. We'll play a little Figure It Out presented by Great Midwest Bank. Luddy is going to do double duty. He's going to produce and read the questions.
That'll be fun.
And then at 5:00, we're going to hear from Brian Gutekunst, and we'll start the news conferences from Green Bay about the Micah Parsons signing. Micah Parsons is on his way, or maybe landed yet. We don't know.
He's flying commercial,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, but
all
Luddy just sent me a tweet. The Parsons jerseys are down to $32.50 in the clearance rack. At the Star.
Oh,
man.
Very nice. Very nice. Take a quick break. We're Drew and KB statewide on the game.
Brian Butch for Iron Jack Performance Apparel. Summer is coming to an end, but hello football and cooler nights. So let's celebrate with a tremendous Iron Jack offer. Now through Labor Day, September 1st, use promo code Friday Night 35 and you'll get 35% off Iron Jack hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. Perfect for Friday nights watching our Iron Jack guy, Isaac Miller, crush opposing quarterbacks. Code Friday Night 35. And they'll even throw in a free pair of their low-cut socks. Order now, ironjock.com. That's ironjlc.com.
It's Drew and KB for Central Standard Craft Distillery.
Did you know the most popular selling Wisconsin-made vodka is Door County Cherry Vodka?
Every batch is made with 50 pounds of Door County cherries and cherry juice and just a kiss of Wisconsin honey for the perfectly balanced adult beverage.
Mix it with lemonade for an elevated vodka lemonade.
Or straight over ice. It's perfection in a glass.
Central Standard Door County Cherry Vodka. Cheers to simplicity.
Drew Wilson here from 97.3 The Game, and I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy's come out with delicious Daisy French Onion Dip and a Daisy Ranch Dip, and these are a game changer. These are as delicious as homemade dips, and they are made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. I invite you to visit your local grocer and check out Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. They are truly a game changer. Look for them at a grocery store near you.
At Advent, we help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine by getting your nose and throat working with our unique Advent approach that you won't find elsewhere.
All right, smart, good-looking listeners, KB here. The inevitable is right around the corner. Winter, snow, wind, freezing temperatures, and if your house is drafty, winter will be miserable. You know, Miss Sue and I are thrilled with our new windows, but windows aren't the only thing that lets winter in your home. It could be your siding. That's why you need Javier and the team at Tilton Windows, Doors, and More. They've kept Milwaukee homes warm and looking good for years. Not only are they experts in window installation, they offer the industry's most advanced solid core siding that that will withstand anything Wisconsin winter throws at you. Think about it. New siding protects your biggest investment. It boosts curb appeal, lowers energy costs, and the siding is backed by a lifetime limited warranties, including fade protection, and they're even transferable to the next owner of your home. So get your siding project started today. Just go to utilton.com. They'll get back to you and help you get your project started so you can be ready for a toasty warm winter. That's the letter U, Tilton.com.
What's up? It's Russell Nicolay with Nicolay Law. You're listening to 97.3 The Game, the #1 sports talk station in Milwaukee. For award-winning injury lawyers when you're injured, you call Nicolay Law or visit us at nicolaylaw.com. Get the beard, get the win.
KB here. I'm sure you've heard us talking about and have tried Pep's Draft House Pizza by now, but are you legit? If you're craving the taste of your favorite childhood pizza, make it Pep's Legit. With a stone-baked, cracker-thin crust, zesty tomato sauce, whole milk mozzarella, toppings that take you back in a signature spice topping. Legit pizzas are the real deal. Pick up one at your local grocery store for the authentic at-home pizza parlor experience. Be legit and try one today.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale, up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed, plus free premium delivery with any smart bed and adjustable base. Ends Labor Day. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
The Fox 6 weather experts are presented by AdventKnows.com.
Clouds continue this afternoon with a slight chance of a few showers into tonight. High temperatures in the mid to upper 60s, cooling into the upper 50s to low 60s by Saturday morning. Isolated fog is possible, but plenty of sunshine will be around for your Labor Day weekend. I'm Fox 6 meteorologist Lisa Michaels.
This report is sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Don't let data limits hold you back from being the gift master in the family group chat. Switch to Straight Talk Wireless and get real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network. Straight Talk, available at straighttalk.com or Walmart.
Message marked urgent. We're here for you now on the NicolayLaw.com talk and text line at 1-877-794-1973.
You bite your lip, whisper and say, we're going all the way. Tonight, take me
And Drew and KB, along with Toby Maxwell, bringing it to you on this Friday in the good land. Oh, baby, it's a great Friday. Badgers won yesterday. We'll talk about that as we move forward. Not an impressive outing, but we got some decent news about Billy Edwards Jr. and his knee. MRI clean. Expected to be ready to play against Alabama. Don't know about next week, but could have been a lot worse. Badgers and quarterbacks getting hurt is a tradition unlike any other. A little bit, it's almost freaky how that's been going down these last few years. So hopefully he can right the ship. And their offense didn't look great, but the defense looks much improved.
Here's the thing with that. When I saw that, the first thing that crossed through my mind is, all right, this isn't the NFL. Okay, where it's a business, but it's not a business, right? It's
a business.
No, I know it's a business, but it's not. It's not in the sense of the way it used to be. Now it is.
Yeah.
Right? Now it's a business that is structured like a pro team.
Yep.
And if you're looking at that and one of your assets who you just threw, I don't know how much at him, but I bet you it's close to 7 figures.
Couple of commas in that total.
Right?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he goes down. It's one thing when you're a professional team. It's another thing when you're a university.
Yeah.
And you're only going to have someone for 1 year in this NIL money, and you're going to have to replenish the coffers. Now, I'm sure they have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not sure, but I would hope they would have insurance because I know with pro teams with major contracts, they have them insured. But, I mean, that's the problem with NIL is that you look at this now, and now you get a guy that you just invested in, and you only got 1 year with him.
Yeah. I mean,
That's it.
It's been happening a
Well,
lot.
I'm sure he could take a red shirt year if he wanted to, medical red shirt, but then he'd, be playing when he's 29 at, or whatever
He's got prostate trouble. He's a little older.
Hey, our friends at American Place Casino, we gave away tickets to see Carlos Mencia on September 6th. He joined us on Monday. Good dude.
All right.
Our friends, they're having they got a lot of stuff going on. They have an Oktoberfest event coming up next month. But this weekend, you got a chance to win up to $5,000 in free play. And it's today and tomorrow. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be, they're picking a winner every 30 minutes until 11 o'clock. So be there at 6 p.m. and you might win yourself some free play.
Be there at 5. Go to that steakhouse,
cool.
man. World class.
It is amazing. Is it North Shore Steak and
best.
Seafood? Fantastic. Great wine list. It's fantastic. Yeah. So check out our friends at AmericanPlace.com to begin your journey.
Wear your Micah Parsons jersey.
Yeah, we had Jeff Babinski, the Vice President General Manager, on last week, right after Carlos Mencia. And the Mencia show is coming up quick. It's a week from today. He has an 8 o'clock show there.
All right. That's his intimate room. We were there for Gardell. It's a great room.
Yeah, it's a great room to do shows in. And
fun.
Carlos, man, he's been on our show before. It makes me laugh every time. That guy, we were doing that show at the golf facility out in Mequon, and he said, "I'm coming on. Where are you guys at?" And he drove himself
out,
hung out for an hour.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was a very nice dude. Very nice dude. Our buddy, speaking of nice people, the deal is running out coming up on Labor Day for Iron Jock. This is the discount on the colder weather gear. I don't say cold weather gear. I say colder because it's hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. You can get them at 35% off by going to ironjoc.com and using the code. It's the code Friday Night 35. Think about brisk nights in the fall watching high school football. Maybe even Isaac Miller, the Iron Jack ambassador. Hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. You buy those at a 35% discount. Load up. You're going to wear them because they're fantastic. It's the best performance gear you can find. And Paulie Hansen will throw in a pair of low-cut socks for free. Check it out at ironjoc.com. Do it before you leave work if you're still shuffling the Penske file, pretending to be busy on this Friday before Labor Day. If you're the king of false hustle the way we are.
No, I love
breaking the tape strong when there's no adult supervision within 60 miles of the megaplex.
It's the coolest thing ever.
It is.
So quiet. Yeah, absolutely. But go there, check it out. Use the code Friday Night 35. It is good through Labor Day, and then he'll have another one. So, but this is a great deal on hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. Coming up, we're going to play Figure It Out. We'll test our trivia knowledge. Everybody who's driving up north for the last hurrah at the cabin.
Crivets, here we come.
Play along with us.
Fill your head with knowledge.
Figure It Out is next. Drew and KB statewide on the game.
.97.3 The Game. This is what's trending in Milwaukee now.
This sports update is brought to you by American Place Casino. Nonstop excitement just over the Wisconsin border in Lake County, Illinois. I'm Dave Gasper. The Milwaukee Brewers begin a 3-game series in Toronto this evening as the two best teams in all of baseball square off. The Brewers will have ace Freddie Peralta on the mound opposite Shane Bieber for the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:07 p.m. And after the last pitch, make the switch to the baseball postgame show with Tim Allen right here on the game. The Green Bay Packers will be introducing Micah Parsons this afternoon after acquiring him in a stunning blockbuster trade yesterday. Head coach Matt LaFleur, GM Brian Gutekunst, and Micah Parsons will all be speaking at the podium at Lambeau Field. Doug Russell will anchor special coverage of the Parsons edition at 6 o'clock right here on the game. I'm Dave Gasper on Milwaukee's most listened to sports station, 97.3 The Game.
Guys, what's going on? Tim Allen, Brewers, best record in the NL against the Blue Jays, best record in the AL. World Series preview. Game 1 after the last pitch, make the switch. Post-game show with Potawatomi Sportsbook here on the game.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Southbound on 43 going to be slow from Good Hope down to Bender, again from Capitol down to the Marquette, and on to 4394 to the KK River. Northbound delays on 4394 Oklahoma to the Marquette, and on to 43 to Burleigh. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Lynch Automotive family of dealerships.
For over 65 years, the Lynch family of dealerships has been more than just a car dealership. Starting in 1957, we've treated our customers like family from day one. Start your car buying journey today at shoplynch.com.
Hey, it's Billy Schmidt, and let me tell you, the action never stops at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. With thousands of the hottest slots, nearly 100 high-energy table games, and a sleek new poker room, the thrills are endless. Take your love of sports to the next level with the region's best sports book. In over 2,000-square-foot video wall, nonstop betting, and all the live sports you can handle. All of this inside a newly remodeled multi-level casino that's built for the ultimate gaming experience. Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee. Your win is waiting.
Broadcasting from the all-new Iron Jock Studios, built by Reamer Remodel.
Let's get this going right now.
This is WRNW-FM Milwaukee, 97.3 The Game.
Water running back to your foundation due to settling concrete can lead to extremely expensive foundation repairs, even mold and bacteria in your home. MudTech
262-337-0934.
Call MudTech for a free estimate today.
Step into American Place Casino, where the excitement never ends. Located in Waukegan, Illinois, just a short drive from Milwaukee. Over 900 slot machines, your favorite table games, 4 restaurants, live entertainment, and now our brand new poker room. Plus, we're proud to be the friendliest casino around with service that sets us apart. Whether you're here to hit the jackpot, catch a game, or just have an unforgettable night out, American Place Casino has it all. American Place Casino. Closer than you think. Friendlier than you expect. Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling, and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app, powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, smart and good-looking listeners across Wisconsin. Drew and KB's Timeout Sports Lounge is now open. So grab a bar stool and belly up, because it's time to knock a few back with your host, Drew and KB.
So basically you have
Jim, Jack, Johnny Red, Johnny Black, and Jose, all my favorite men.
Time for drinking, bud.
Drink up while it's cold, ladies. Toilet wine is a big thing in there, and people get their drink on.
We sat and drank with the sun on our shoulders and felt like free men.
I don't know what inferior swill this is, but I ordered a Lagavulin. Set him up and I'll knock him back, Lloyd. 1-1.
We hope there isn't a single fan who is having a problem with the two-fisted slopper.
Drink. You can't command it.
They took the bar! The whole bar!
Medium dry martini, lemon peel, shaken, not stirred.
Do not adjust your radio or your clock. It is happy hour in the good land. It is 4:01. We're opening the Central Standard Distillery Timeout Sports Lounge early. Why not? We're going into a holiday. A lot of people are off on Monday and enjoy a long weekend here in the good land. And we've got some press conferences to cover beginning at 5 o'clock from Lambeau Field. Brian Gutekunst's going to meet with the media. I don't know if Matt LaFleur is, but Micah Parsons will be making his Green Bay debut in the auditorium at the podium. Therefore, we're having some drinks. I'm Drew Olson, co-proprietor of the Timeout Sports Lounge with KB.
What's going on?
Dobie Maxwell is with us.
I'm head of security.
Ludwig's here. Yeah, he's head of security. Yeah, Andrew Ludwig's in for Hunter today. He's cutting up lemons and limes. He already iced the urinals.
I already cut myself.
We're ready. We're ready to open this up. And we're ready to talk about the delicious spirits crafted together by our friends at the Central Standard Craft Distillery. A lot of news for you to check out about the Craft Distillery. They're always adding new products or opening a place at the airport soon. Concourse C, a craft house and kitchen location.
Perfect location.
Check out thecentralstandard.com to learn about them. KB, what's the cocktail of the day?
Well, the cocktail of the day is that, Cowboys may have the double six shooters, right? But we just hit them with an elephant gun. And what that is the cabin strength whiskey.
Perfect.
The cabin strength bourbon, Drew and KB's cabin strength bourbon, pineapple juice, lemon juice, and a little bit of sugar in there. So the elephant gun. And that,
All right.
And that goes perfectly with, I don't know if you know this, Luddy. I don't know if you've heard much about it, but we like to talk about it here on the show. And that would be the Pep's Draft House Pizza. Oh, you have. You've heard Hunter. You've heard Hunter. Big toppings, big taste. I'm telling you, you can bring the Draft House style pizza home to your home with in hand tossed crust, crispy thin crust, rising crust, 14 different varieties, and even personal size. You get that the double pepperoni Prohibition special or the tap room double. You can turn your house into a draft house with a Pep's Draft House Pizza. As Luddy says, Threaten's good.
Well done.
Thanks. I was practicing.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Luddy's in for Hunter, so you get to pick a tavern of the day. We're barnstorming the state in search of perfect little dive establishments, hoping that they have Central Standard Craft Distillery products and Pep's Draft House pizzas. But we'll go anywhere. What do you got for us today, Luddy?
This is the most recent establishment I have been in. We're going up to Vilas County, the 715. Shotsky's in Eagle River. It's the hottest bar and live music venue. Owners Jamie and Rick opened Shotsky's in 2017 with one purpose: to run a fun space with the best bartenders, serving the best customers, and the best music venue in the Northwoods.
They had me at Shotsky's.
Yeah, they have a couple that you can. I'd buy a T-shirt.
Shotsky's.
Yeah, great one.
Isn't that where Laverne and Shirley worked? Oh, wait, that was Shots. Shots Brewery. The Shots Brewery. All right, so that is our tavern of the game. And we are in the Timeout Sports Lounge. As we mentioned, we're going to be covering press conferences galore coming up at 5 o'clock. Brian Gutekunst's going to set to meet the media. And Micah Parsons, who is still en route. Do we have an update from Armin yet? I don't know. Armin's our flight aware
I don't
guy.
have the same flight tracking skills as Armin.
He's on his way, and he is a Packer. The deal is official. The news broke during our show yesterday. We got the official press release from the Packers about a half hour after we exited the airwaves. And so Micah Parsons is going to step to the podium and be introduced as a Green Bay Packer officially. We got it all for you here. Doug Russell is actually going to slide in at 5 o'clock and anchor our coverage. So right now, because it's Friday and Luddy's here and Dobie's here, we figure we'll play a little Figure It Out.
Well, guys, Figure It Out is a fast-paced trivia game consisting of 3 rounds of 5 questions per round. A correct answer is worth 1 point. In round 3, answers are worth 2. After 3 rounds, there's a final Jeopardy question. Contestants buzz in by saying their name, and that's all you got to do. And then you get a chance to answer the question. And if you get it right, you get a point. Figure It Out is presented by Great Midwest Bank. Great Midwest Bank has been your local banking expert since 1935. From buying to renovating, they offer common sense solutions for your mortgage and deposit needs. Visit greatmidwestbank.com to get started today. For no reason, I picked the word trade as today's word.
No reason.
No reason. Destiny, Luddy. No, it's trade. Today's word is trade, not destiny. Okay. Density.
My density.
Meaning that the final answer of each round will contain the word trade. Last week we ended with Urban Outfitters. When was the last time you guys were in an Urban Outfitters?
It's been a while.
Never.
Can I
I've
get
been in
it vicariously through Goodwill?
Yeah.
But the third or fourth owner, yeah, I had a couple of them.
All right. Well, we will start with Urban Outfitters and go from there.
All right.
Urban Outfitters has locations in both Milwaukee and Madison. There's only one other location in the entire state of Wisconsin, so I guess there's 3. This is the city in which the third location is located. The city was named after a Potawatomi chief and the Potawatomi word for firefly. In 1992, the city received some national attention when the city's Common Council, threatened with a lawsuit, decided to remove a Christian cross from the city's seal that had been adopted in
Dobie. Kakana.
Incorrect. I am sorry.
I don't know anywhere in Wisconsin that has a seal except a zoo.
I don't know.
The Milwaukee County city borders the city of Milwaukee on the northern, western, and most of the city's southern. Kevin.
Why did I say that?
Wow. Kevin.
Fifth grade.
Mequon.
Formalized.
Sorry, that's incorrect.
Northwest.
That'd be Drew's area here.
The village's downtown was significantly impacted by Drew.
That'd be Wauwatosa.
What's the guy's name? Chief Wauwatosa?
Johnny Wauwatosa.
It was Chief Wow something. It was pretty close to how they spell Wauwatosa.
Wow.
Or as Bob Dylan called it, Wow Wow Toaster.
Wow Wow Toaster.
Who said that?
Bob Dylan.
That's pretty funny.
How high was he?
Wrote a song
What are you,
called
high?
On Wisconsin that was appropriated by our buddy Trapper Shep. It's a long story. Trapper can tell it when his new record comes out. He's going to be in a couple weeks.
Nice.
I'll be listening.
I went to college with Trapper.
Mm-hmm.
The Urban Outfitters that is located in Wauwatosa is located inside of the Mayfair Mall on Mayfair Road. This American chain of stores is located at Mayfair Mall on level 2 in the food court. The restaurant and its president, Kat Cole, were featured in a 2012 episode of Undercover Boss. Stores today can also be found in gas stations, universities, rapid transit centers, casinos, and amusement parks.
KB. Sbarro?
Sorry, that is close, but might be its next door neighbor in the food court. The headquarters moved to Greater Atlanta in 1999. In Better Call Saul, Saul Goodman is seen working at the store using a new identity. The company is co-owned by Two Go Foods, which Schlotsky's Carvel, Moe's Southwest Grill, McAllister's Deli, Jamba, and Auntie Anne's brands.
I bet you they serve bourbon chicken.
That's all the clues.
That's all the clues?
Mm-hmm. Food court.
Oh.
5.
Dobie.
Dobie.
Popeye's chicken.
No, food court. But the only thing I can think of as Two Goes is Dunkin' Donuts.
Sorry, KB.
Cinnabon?
You are correct, but you won't get a point.
I know.
There you go.
That was my nickname in prison.
Cinnabon?
Cinnabon.
Oh, that was mine too.
Cinnabons.
Buns, yeah.
Buns. It was plural.
Yours was plural. Got it. Cinnabon makes
Is that a raisin?
Depends on the time of day. Cinnabon makes a brief appearance in the 2007 animated film, The Bee Movie. This person voiced a fictionalized bee version of himself. They were a WMB. KB?
Jerry Seinfeld.
They were a WMBM radio interviewer in the Miami area in the 1950s and 1960s. He was married 8 times to 7 different women. Beginning in 1978, he gained national prominence as the host of an all-night nationwide call-in program heard over the Mutual Broadcasting System. Dobie?
Larry King.
Chicago, hello.
Omaha, hello.
Kravitz, Wisconsin, hello. I was out with Sandy Koufax going to Carvel.
What are you guys talking about?
Nothing.
Larry King.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Nate Nall's Deli. Quick story. Nate Nall's Deli in Beverly Hills, and Larry King was sitting next to me with his friends, and he was talking about betting on football, and he was getting to the Packer game. I said, Larry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm from Wisconsin, and you might want to bet. This one far over. Hey, thanks a lot. And the Packers won, and he won money.
All right.
He put money in Larry King's pocket.
He did.
According to his Wikipedia page,
Does
he didn't need
he
much.
send me a card? No.
Sure. On December 20th, 1971, Larry King was fired from both his WIOD and television station as a late-night radio host and sports commentator following his arrest for grand larceny. This heist film grossed $450 million worldwide against a production budget of $85 million, making it the 5th highest grossing film in 2001. The script was written by Ted Griffin, who adapted the concept of a multi-casino heist.
Drew. Ocean's 13.
KB. Ocean's 11.
Had
That was the one that the Rat Pack wrote so they could drink in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
They went out and wrote this movie just so they could go out and film it and drink in Vegas. And did you know that the Rat Pack are credited with creating the Bev cart?
Really?
For a golf course, because when they would go out and golf in Vegas, they wanted drinks all the time. So they had a cart put together to follow them around the course
Very
with
successful.
cocktails on it.
They should get residuals. That's caught on, hasn't it not?
Ocean's 11 opened in theaters on December 7th, 2001. 45 days prior, this event in the NFL happened for the 2001 season. The yearly event took place on a Tuesday, like it will again this year on November 4th. Teams in playoff contention often try to acquire talent, while
KB.
Who was KB?
Trade deadline?
And after the end of one round, KB is in the lead with 2, and Drew and Dobie both have 1 point.
Anybody's ball game.
Correct. The NFL trade deadline will happen at 3 p.m. locally in the Central Time Zone. Mexico City is the largest city in the Central Time Zone. Chicago is the largest city in the Central Time Zone in the United States. This is the second largest city in the Central Time Zone in the United States. It briefly served as the capital for the republic it was located in during the 1830s. The city hosts
Dobie. Houston, Texas.
Hey.
Houston. Yeah, Houston's the number 4 city. Chicago's number 3.
Bigger than Dallas, yeah.
Yeah, but we're talking Central Time Zone.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
The Houston Texans were formed in 2002 as an NFL expansion team, replacing the Houston Oilers, which had left the city in 1996. This renewed an NFL rivalry between Houston and Dallas. This television show was set in Dallas and featured numerous scenes filmed throughout the city. The show aired on CBS in the spring of 1990. KB?
Dallas.
The television show was set in Dallas and featured numerous scenes filmed throughout the city. The show aired on CBS in the spring of 1993 with the first season consisting of 3 pilot episodes with 8 full seasons to follow. The series was noted for its moralistic style. The characters refrained from the use of drugs and participated in community service. Martial arts were...
I can see why it was canceled.
Martial arts were displayed prominently as the tool of law enforcement. It was inspired by the Lone Wolf McQueen film, with both the film and series starring Chuck Norris.
Drew. Walker, Texas Ranger.
Well, we call him TR.
I never watched one episode of that, but
Yeah,
I would
no reason to.
I would flip through every once in a while, and there was always karate going on every time.
I saw the only time I saw that dude on TV, he was doing like a home gym thing with Christy Brinkley.
Okay.
Chuck Norris?
A piece of workout equipment, like some total gym.
She is a piece of workout equipment.
That's true. Oh, no.
Like to do the thigh stretcher.
On yourself or her?
Keep that to myself.
She's
Mr.
now
Ludwig.
70, so you might have to calibrate.
That's the only time I'll get. My grandpa told me that. Wait 40 years, you get your pick of all the litter, all the cuties in high school. She's out of your league now, but time will be the great equalizer.
Time's undefeated.
Walker, Texas Ranger was well known for its run of product placement with Chrysler, specifically its Dodge division. This movie is famous for its product placement throughout the film. Brands like Pepsi, Nike,
Drew.
and Drew.
Let's go Back to the Future.
Wow.
That was like the first film to do that, wasn't it?
That was one. Yeah,
I think it was.
I think it was. It was heavily.
Very noticeable. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
sure.
Arriving in 1955, Marty discovers that he has no plutonium, so he cannot return to 1985. 30 years ago, Operation Deliberate Force was underway, with NATO aircraft striking this country. The southeastern European country is situated on the Balkan Peninsula. Its geography is largely mountainous, particularly in the central and eastern regions, which are dominated by those Dinaric Alps. The Ottoman Empire annexed the region in 1463. Sarajevo is the capital and the largest. Dobie?
Bosnia, Herzegovina, Fawcett Majors, Rodham Clinton, Abdul Jabbar.
We'll accept it. Yes, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Bosnia Herzegovina.
That was my nickname in prison.
What happened to Cinnabon?
It Herzegovina.
I've been back.
They called you that because it hurts to Govina.
Grab your ankles. Here comes the part 2.
What are we talking about?
Nothing.
It's okay.
Cinnabon we're talking about. Go ahead.
The Bosnian area has been inhabited since at least the Upper Paleolithic period, with permanent human settlement traced to the Neolithic cultures. Duh. While there have been people in Bosnia for many years, this grocery chain has never been located in the country. The California-based grocery chain only has locations. Drew?
Trader Joe's. How did I know that? Because it was the fifth question.
And after 2 rounds,
you're thinking ahead.
Drew is in the lead with 4. Dobie right behind him with 3, and KB is in third with 2 points. But you get 2 points in round 3, though, guys. Trader Joe's has been criticized for allegedly copying products from vendors after soliciting partnerships and requesting sample products for their private labels. Private Parts was a 1997 rated R film. KB?
Howard Stern.
Incorrect. Oh, I have to hit the button for the sounder. Yep. Private Parts was a 1997 rated R film that starred Howard Stern playing himself. This film, released 2 years prior, has more nudity than Private Parts. The erotic drama was directed by Paul Verhoeven.
Dobie.
Oh,
Showgirls.
The funniest sex scene ever.
I wanted to see Elizabeth
Ever.
Berkley. Yeah, exactly.
You want to see Elizabeth Berkley do what?
I just wanted to see her. I wanted to see
her
that
dance.
movie. Sat through it. Yeah.
Gotcha. It's kind of like Playboy for the articles type thing.
Pretty much.
I like the
He was
curves.
researching.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Showgirls was the first and the only to date NC-17 film to be given a wide release in mainstream theaters. This celebrity was in the mainstream media spotlight until her death. She was born Vicki Lynn Hogan on
Dobie. Anna Nicole Smith.
Well done.
How about that?
I was looking at the articles in the Playboy, and she happened to pop out.
Which article was that again?
The one
Playboy's party jokes.
The one where she married the 90-year-old guy whose pickup line is "Want to be in my will."
It was all for love.
Oh, J. Howard Marshall?
Yeah, that guy.
She said she loved him, though, Drew.
We can spend days talking or just not talking.
Of course.
What do you mean?
Of course. It's okay, Luddy.
All right.
All right.
Showgirl. Oh, I already read that. In October 2003, Anna Nicole Smith became a spokesperson for Trim Spa, which allegedly helped her lose a reported 69 pounds. According to CozyMeal.com, this is the healthiest of all the current fast food restaurants. The restaurants were once the largest provider of free Wi-Fi hotspots in the United States.
Starbucks. Who else?
KB,
Where else you go
exactly,
for Wi-Fi?
Right, exactly.
McDonald's.
Healthiest?
Yeah.
Okay. They have been the subject of increased scrutiny regarding its animal welfare policies, particularly its sourcing of pork, dairy, and seafood. The bakery-style fast casual restaurant is located in the United States and Canada only. They offer a wide array of pastries and baked goods such as bagels, brownies, cookies, croissants, muffins, and scones. Somehow that's the most healthiest.
And mac and cheese.
Panera Bread.
You are correct, sir.
Wow.
Well done.
I'm getting nervous. I haven't done this up. Usually Hunter's my partner. He drags me down.
Yeah, well, just let's blame the guy that's at a wedding right now. It's
Okay.
all his fault. In December 2017, former Panera Bread employees filed a class action lawsuit against the company, claiming they were not paid overtime wages. This scandal led to a class action lawsuit. The accounting scandal led to the dissolution of its accounting firm, Arthur Andersen, previously one of the largest in the world. The company was formed in 1983 by Kenneth Lay after merging the Houston Natural Gas.
Drew. Enron.
Good one. I still have their stock. I use it as toilet paper.
How's that going?
It's going about as well as my WorldCom.
I'll swap you.
Okay. And worth exactly as much as a Packer stock.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Packer stock pays dividends once in a while, though. Like when they
Like
get
yesterday.
Micah Parsons.
Like the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Enron Corporation was headquartered in Houston, Texas, until their bankruptcy in 2001. This publicly traded company is headquartered.
Are you high? You're huffing grass.
Uh-oh. It's 420. Oh, my goodness. It's 420. We've got to pause this game of Figure It Out, and we pause for the cause. The cause is to let people know about the delicious, delightful products made by our pals at happyplacehemp.com. Rob and Chris probably working fill-in orders right now going into a holiday weekend.
Sure.
You can order their products online or in the store in Muskego and use the code Drew and KB for 25% off everything you buy forever in perpetuity.
Mm-hmm.
Happyplacehemp.com, code Drew and KB. KB, what's our story?
Well, Florida, not only, Florida man leads the state or leads the country and, things like that, but they also lead the country in medical and dental work done in somebody's house.
Whoa.
And here we got another one. A Florida woman was arrested because she had opened a business called the Tap In Beauty Bar, where she marketed herself as a veneer technician. She would install veneers for $3,000 a set, whereas real veneers can cost $1,000 per tooth.
Yeah, right.
So she would do the whole mouth for $3,000, right? And so she was unlicensed and no formal schooling,
obviously.
So the people she was putting veneers on and causing a lot of problems. And it was the people would have to then go and spend thousands to get their teeth fixed. Why did it cause so many problems with so many infections?
Do tell.
She was using Gorilla Glue.
Oh, great. Wow.
Pick her up at Home Depot, make your teeth white.
Yeah.
Gonna glue the veneers on. And so people reported her, and she has been charged with fraud and practicing dentistry without a license. And anyone who goes to a dentist that doesn't, in a place that doesn't look like a dental office or have a lot of other dentists and big machines around, all I can say is, what are you, high?
Are you high? You're huffing grass?
Practicing dentistry without, I guess, everything's really expensive. You're looking for a deal, but man, oh man, plastic surgeons, all that stuff.
Say, don't get dental work or a Brazilian butt lift at somebody's house.
No.
Word to the wise.
You can get a Brazilian wax.
Even that.
But that's even
I'd be a
pushing
little
it.
scared.
Make sure they're Brazilian before you do it.
I'd be a little scared. Just me.
Anyway, continue.
All right. So, by the way, happyplacehemp.com. Code Drew and KB, 25% off everything you buy.
All right, guys. We have one question left. I just gave away the idea that it's the last question.
We wouldn't have known.
Either way. Yeah. Dobie, you have 9. Drew, you have 6. KB, you have 2. And we were in the Enron question. So here we go. The Enron Corporation was headquartered in Houston, Texas until their bankruptcy in 2001. This publicly traded company is headquartered on the other side of the Mississippi River. The company figured prominently in the dot-com era as both to speculate internet stocks. KB.
E-Trade.
That is correct.
Good one. I was thinking of trade. That's a good one.
And after 3 rounds, Dobie, you're in the lead. You got 9.
All
Drew,
right.
you have 6. KB,
My
you
life's
have
turning
4.
around. Those Tony Robbins tapes were a good investment.
Absolutely.
All right, so you're going to write down this answer. You're not going to say it aloud.
Here.
And you can bet as many of the points as you have.
Thank you.
No more and no less, I guess.
Okie doke.
E-Trade is headquartered in Arlington, Virginia. Arlington is the home to many notable people. This U.S. Army general was born in Arlington in 1885. He commanded the 7th Army in the Mediterranean theater of World War II and the 3rd Army in France and Germany after the Allied invasion of Normandy. Months after the war ended, he passed away from injuries sustained in an automobile accident.
Aha.
This U.S. Army general was born in Arlington in 1885. He commanded the 7th Army in the Mediterranean and the 3rd Army in France and Germany during World War II. Months after the war, he passed away from injuries sustained in an automobile accident. We will start with KB. You had 4.
I bet them all and said George Patton.
You're correct. You'll end with 8. Drew, you had 6.
Bet them all.
And
it was George C. Scott playing Patton. Great move.
Well, that leaves you with 12. You're in the lead for now. Dobie.
I said 8. I said General Mills made a fortune in cereal. No, I got George Patton written down right here.
Hey now.
Look at that. Dobie, you win.
Dobie's a winner, ladies and gentlemen.
We're all a winner. I share it with the good-looking, smart listeners.
All the little people. Billy Barty, Meinhard Robbie.
Spud Webb.
Meinhard Robbie.
Wait, what?
That's what I called it.
Reinhardt Mobby.
Yes, indeed. That's just a little people.
Want to see Meinhard Robbie?
Sure. Billy Barty.
Billy Barty. Yes, that's Figured Out. Brought to us by Great Midwest Bank. Luddy, where can folks find out about Great Midwest Bank?
GreatMidwestBank.com.
It's a good place to start. They helped a lot of our friends here with mortgages and with refis and all that stuff. They're on top of everything. Check those guys out. All right, we are cruising you through a Friday. We're getting close. Brian Gutekunst is about a half hour away from step into the podium to talk about the biggest trade of his tenure as general manager of the Green Bay Packers, one of the bigger trades in Green Bay Packers history.
I say it's Mount Rushmore, one of the top 4 of all time.
It is in that discussion. No question. We got some Brewers news to spin through as well. We'll take your thoughts on the NicoletLaw.com talking text line 877-794-1973. It is Drew and KB statewide on the game.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Northbound 4145, heavy through the road work from Blue Mound up to past North Ave. 25 minutes to Good Hope. Southbound to the Zoo, taking 20 with delays down to Capitol. 4194 southbound, a stalled truck on the exit to Highway G. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest Total Traffic.
This heat is unbearable.
Keep your family comfortable with First Choice Heating. For a limited time, get $89 off your AC and heating tune-up. Milwaukee's trusted HVAC company, firstchoiceheating.com.
This report is sponsored by First Choice Heating and Cooling.
Listen live and download your favorite show podcasts at thegameandstuff.com.
Oh my God, you don't even know, that's so awesome.
Win cash at thegameandstuff.com.
Thank you very much.
Watch cool videos at thegameandstuff.com. Same great website. New name. Thegameandstuff.com.
Nagging pain in your back, hip, shoulder, or anywhere in between? You've stretched, iced, rested, and it's still there. It's time for something that actually works. At Game Day Men's Health, they offer EPAT therapy, a non-invasive, FDA-approved treatment that uses pressure waves to trigger healing at the source. No pills, no needles, no downtime. Just targeted in-office therapy that breaks down scar tissue, boosts blood flow, and speeds up recovery. Drew Olson from 97 through the game. I tried EPAT for the first time for pain in my elbow, and honestly, it made a difference fast. No recovery time. I was back doing what I love. Well, I don't really love working out, but I was back doing it pain-free thanks to the EPAT therapy at Game Day Men's Health. EPAT has proven to treat pain in the neck, back, heel, elbow, hip, shoulder, ankle, you name it. No risk of infection, no side effects, and most guys see improvement in just a few sessions. Book your free consultation at GameDayMen'sHealth.com and get up to 33% off your treatment if you sign up in the month of August. With 5 area locations for Game Day Men's Health, you can heal smarter, move better, and feel stronger.
NASCAR's biggest party returns to WWT Raceway September 6th and 7th. The Cup Series, Enjoy Illinois 300, Xfinity Series, and Confluence Music Festival. Go to WWTRaceway.com to get your tickets now. Sponsored by the Illinois Office of Tourism and Discover Downstate Illinois.
Drew and KB here with our buddies, Rob and Chris from HappyPlaceHemp.com. Gentlemen, congratulations on your new product, the Drift Seltzer. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we're super excited about that. We've had it for a couple of weeks and it's been in development for probably 3 months.
All the seltzers on the market that I tried were super packed full of sugar, and I wanted to make something that was sugar-free, alcohol-free, but that still makes you feel good. It's like a nice alcohol alternative and no calories.
0 calories. I am a big fan of that. Where can you find it? Is it at any retail locations? Do we come to your store?
Yeah, right now we've got it at the store in Muskego, and it's also at Ray's Liquor. We're going to be expanding that probably throughout the city and the state very soon.
You can buy it online too, happyplacehemp.com. We'll ship it right to your door. If you buy 3 or more 4-packs, we'll ship it for free.
With the code Drew and KB to get 25% off.
Yeah,
that's right.
Awesome. Now get 25% off your entire order with the code Drew and KB in store and online at happyplacehemp.com.
What's up? It's Russell Nicolay with Nicolay Law. You're listening to 97.3 The Game, the #1 sports talk station in Milwaukee. For award-winning injury lawyers when you're injured, you call Nicolay Law or visit us at nicolaylaw.com. Get the beard, get the win.
Right now is the best time ever to buy a vehicle, and the Rustero Group is leading the way with the lowest cost of vehicle ownership in history. Driving your dream car has never been more affordable. And here's the best part. They've got tons of pre-tariff vehicles in stock. That means you save big before incoming price hikes hit the market. Whether you're after performance, reliability, or something perfect for the family, they've got you covered at Rustero. With top brands like Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Mitsubishi, Honda, Mazda, Toyota, and Kia, plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles from every brand you love. Don't wait for prices to rise. Get the best value and selection before they're gone. Drive today, save tomorrow. Visit Rustero.com.
You work hard to provide for yourself and your family, and that's why identity theft is so scary. Not only does it pose a threat to your financial well-being, everything you've worked so hard for, but it's also a danger to your family. Even children can be victims. It's not their money thieves go after, obviously, but their social security number. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Act now and save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Drew and KB bringing it to you from the Central Standard Distillery Timeout Sports Lounge. Yeah, we opened it early because we got some press conference action coming up from Green Bay with Brian Gutekunst and Micah Parsons. Dobie Maxwell's hanging out with us, and we welcome to the party our buddy Matt Mueller, a man about film on the X and on Substack. Matt, we're swimming in good vibrations now. The Brewers have the best record in ball. The Packers have Micah Parsons. The Badgers are 1-0, and the quarterback's not hurt as bad as we thought. I mean, it doesn't get a lot better than this, I don't think.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that, the Brewers haven't looked good for a week and they're still the best team in baseball. Like, that's kind of a nice place to be where, the past week of Brewers baseball has not been particularly inspiring, but yet best team in baseball is a really good place to be in with a month to go. So
Slump now and then get hot in 2 weeks.
There you go.
Going into the postseason.
The thing is, we've got proof of concept, right? Like, they went on that insane heater for about a month or two. Yeah. That is proof of concept for a playoff team. That is a proof of concept for a World Series contender. So love to see it.
They are 29-17 against teams that, if the playoffs started today, would be in the playoffs. So you can't say that they're, some kind of fluke or anything.
Yeah, this isn't a fluke, people.
Yeah, they're not the Indiana Hoosiers,
Yeah, they're just good. Or ASU, exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of baseball, Matt, can you tell us about your trip, the annual Miller family trip to see baseball games?
Yeah, we are going in 2 weekends. We are going to Cleveland this year. We're going to see the Wiley Guardians, who for a moment seemed like they were going to be in the playoff chase. They had kind of a Detroit Tigers-esque, we got rid of a bunch of guys at the trade deadline and suddenly got better as a result. And then they lost like 10 games in a row and are behind the Kansas City Royals now. So it looks like we'll be watching. We will be one of dozens in the crowd for the final.
That's a nice park. Have you been there before? That's a sweet little park.
So we've done Cleveland before, but the last time we did Cleveland was I want to say 20 years ago. Last time we were there, I was not able to drink. We really didn't get to appreciate Cleveland very much at all. So it's going to be very exciting to do this again. We're very excited. We're going to do some of the minor league teams in the area as well. So we're going to check out the Erie Seawolves, aka the Erie Moon Mammoths. And then we are also going to check out the Toledo Mud Hens, pay homage to Klinger, and so that'll be a really good
Tony Pacos.
Yeah, that's right. Tony Pacos, Hungarian dogs.
They're good dogs, man. They get a little potato salad out of this world. Go check it out.
Yeah, you got to. You have to.
You have to.
Yeah, I just I live vicariously through you, Matt, because I covered baseball for so long that I heard about people who take these trips and guys who try to hit every major league park over the course of a season, and it's just phenomenal endurance test.
Yeah, we actually ran into, on our first or second baseball trip, we ran into another father-son baseball trip. But they were doing we're doing every ballpark in a single trip. And they were describing the trip to us. I think we were in either Chicago or Cincinnati. And they're like, okay, so we're in Chicago today. We're going to leave in the 6th inning of this game. And then we're going to drive to Cleveland. And we'll get there in time for first pitch. And then we'll leave there in the 4th inning and go to Cincinnati. And we were like, so what part of this is a vacation then? What are you getting to enjoy any of this baseball trip? I like doing the kind of little chunks of the United States because you get to appreciate the games and you get to appreciate the cities you go to and you get to appreciate the company you're with. Half the fun of the baseball trip is getting to share it with my dad, and my brother-in-law goes on a lot of these trips with us now too. So, it's a lot of it's a lot of good guy time and a lot of good time spent with my dad that will mean a lot more to me, frankly, than, a Lansing Lugnuts 4-inning game.
That's much needed. That's pretty cool. I love that. All right, what's going on at the box office this week? Because football is cranking up.
Yes,
And,
you can
and now-
tell because there's not much in terms of blockbusters at the box office. So much so that last weekend, the number one movie at the box office, and not by a little, was a Netflix movie.
Wow.
They put the K-pop Demon Hunters movie that's been like the big sensation on Netflix. They put a sing-along version of it in theaters for just 2 days, just Saturday and Sunday, and it made almost $20 million.
Oh.
But Matt, Tuesday night, are you going to the Q&A thing, the Spinal Tap thing?
They're doing one of those special kind of sneak
Yeah,
peek
on
events.
Tuesday night. I'm thinking of going. I'm thinking of buying tickets and going.
I mean, KB, we've talked about you are a massive Spinal Tap fan, so I think you should definitely go to that. I'm looking forward to that. They keep doing the kind of like previews with Greg Marcus in the theaters right now.
The previews on social that they're doing are fantastic.
Yeah, it seems like they've got the right tone. It seems like they've got the right vibe. I believe it comes out not this upcoming weekend, but the following one. I think September 13th, I want to say. But yeah, I'm very excited for that one. I will say we are out of blockbuster country, but we are in like really interesting movie territory right now. Like, there's a new Coen brother movie out in theaters right now. Paul Thomas Anderson has a movie coming out at the end of next month. There's a lot of really interesting directors. Spike Lee has a movie out in theaters right now. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. It's just not stuff Hollywood knows how to make hundreds of millions of dollars on. They've forgotten how to sell a lot of these movies. But there's interesting stuff out there. Ron Howard has a movie out there called Eden about like a bunch of people like abandoned on an island trying to make a society happen.
Oh, Lord of the Flies?
It's like a grown-up Lord of the Flies.
Gilligan's Peninsula?
With Jude Law, Sydney Sweeney, Vanessa Kirby, a.k.a. Miss Fantastic and the Fantastic Four, and Ana de Armas. And it's good. And for some odd reason, the studio that has it was like, should we let people know that we have this star-studded movie with an interesting premise? Nah, let's just dump it.
I'm starting to think that COVID didn't kill movies; it killed theaters.
That's the 100.
I mean, because these are all. I mean, that 15 years ago, that would have been packed every week. We've been on 3 screens.
At the very least,
Sydney Sweeney.
These studios kind of, I don't understand sometimes why they have, like, this is now the second Sydney Sweeney movie. Sydney Sweeney, a very popular person, a very famous person on the internet. This is the second movie within a month that studios have had a movie starring her, and they've been like, should we bother letting people know that we have this movie? Nah, no need. And I don't know if it's laziness on the part of studios.
It's knee-jerk reacting to the stupid jeans thing.
Well, I mean, the jeans thing happened before. If they were doing an ad campaign, they would have started it before that would have happened. I just think they look at these genres of movies, like, one of them was kind of a noir Western thing, and this other one is a survival thriller on an island. And they're like, well, these aren't blockbusters. These aren't, superhero movies. These don't have IP attached to them. How are we supposed to sell it? So they choose to not to. And the result is they do bad, and then they're like, oh, I guess we shouldn't make these movies anymore, despite the fact that I think if you told people that there was a survival thriller starring Jude Law, Sydney Sweeney, Ana de Armas, and Vanessa Kirby, you'd be like, that sounds like an interesting thing. Directed by the guy who did A Beautiful Mind? Sure, sign me up. They just kind of don't bother with things that aren't already pre-sold anymore. And the result is we only get brand movies. We only get, the generic stuff, which is a bummer.
Talking to Matt Mueller, a man about film on the X and the Substack. Matt, the big news, I think, in entertainment today is Heidi Gardner's exit from Saturday Night Live. She was the longest running female cast member she's leaving after 8 seasons.
Yeah, it's not entirely surprising. As everyone always knows, the grind of making SNL is horrible. No one who does SNL makes it seem like it's a very fun thing to do. And when you're there for a long enough time, I think Heidi Gardner, they become golden handcuffs after a while, where it's like, how many other projects can you do when you're so glued into that insane SNL maw? The only bummer is back in the day, if somebody left SNL, it was like, oh, they're going to make their big screen movie. They're going to make their big, TV show. And they just don't make comedies for theaters that much anymore. So it's like, where is Heidi Gardner's next step? She's a very funny actress. What is the next thing? Is she going to get like an FX show? Is like, and if she doesn't, it's odd.
She's a shapeshifter.
In terms of character for her.
Well, no, in terms of you can't tell if she's great looking or not.
Rachel Ray's like that.
Maybe.
What?
Yeah, some days she's hot, other days it's like
what? It's not. I'm not speaking out of turn. I'm just saying.
Well, are you
She's
talking
a
about
chameleon of a performer? Is where I was
say like?
No, I'm just talking as a person.
About. Okay,
Can't tell if she's hot or not. Sometimes she is. Sometimes she's not.
depends how many Miller Lights you had.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And how the lights are positioned.
That's probably true, but she's not the only one exiting. There's a handful, and then I do remember this that Lauren. They keep it close to the vest, and it starts to come out like this time of year. Devin Walker's leaving. Michael Longfellow's leaving, not by his choice, it seems, according to his post. Like, called it the best 3 years of his life. And then that guy, Emil Wakim, who was a one-season guy, gone. So they're jettisoning some people. The only guy is coming back is Keenan.
I don't think either
and he's been around forever, like Tim Meadows and Daryl Hammond.
Yeah, Keenan now is kind of like either that show will get canceled or he will die. Those are the only ways he's leaving that program. And it's funny to be someone who grew up with him on Keenan and Kel and all that, and the fact that he's just kind of grown and like he's just forever. I will always know Kenan Thompson as the improv comedian of my time.
I kind of always pictured Kel being the one that would be more famous, I guess. What kind of happened between those two?
Keenan was the straight guy on the show. He was,
exactly.
And then like Kel was the character. Kel was the one with the orange soda and the Welcome to Good Burger, And it's funny that Keenan has kind of found his way into stardom, and Kel has, last I checked, done like direct-to-DVD rip-off action movies. Like I think like he may be in a Sharknado for all I know. Like that's where Kel's at.
Is that now the nadir of your career? You're in a Sharknado movie, or is that where
the fact that him being in a Sharknado movie might be an improvement upon the rest of the things he's working on? Like that's kind of where I think Kel's at. I'll feel really bad if I like look at his IMDb and be like, oh no, like. But there hasn't been much to report.
That is rough. That is rough. Anything else we need to know going into this long Labor Day weekend, other than we got tackle football to watch in the college level, and then firing up the Micah Parsons-less Dallas Cowboys playing a week from yesterday in the opener against the Eagles.
Yeah, if you're looking for something that's not football but still keeps you indoors and away from the mosquitoes, Jaws is back on the big screen at many theaters this weekend.
Oh, great.
50th anniversary, pretty good movie, I would say. So if you're looking,
give me some Quint.
Yeah, Jaws back on the big screen is worth it. Well, and I will say that Eden, the Sydney Sweeney survival thriller movie Eden, is still in theaters. It is genuinely, I had a good time with it. It is like a survival thriller of manners, watching these people like try to like rival each other on this abandoned island. It's survival of the fittest. It's a good time. I didn't know Ron Howard had it.
Water. You go in the water, shark is in the water.
Not bad.
I need a bigger boat.
Yes. Matt Mueller, ladies and gentlemen, Matt About Film on the X, and of course on Substack. Thanks for joining us, bud. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, friendos.
All right. We're getting close. Brian Gutekunst's going to meet the media in just about 15 minutes, give or take. We are in the Central Standard Distillery Timeout Sports Lounge. Micah Parsons has landed in Green Bay. He was greeted on the tarmac by DeMarcus Cousins, the defensive line coach, and by Jeff Hafley, the defensive coordinator.
Nice.
So the Eagle has landed. The private jet has arrived, and the press conferences are coming. We're in the Timeout Sports Lounge. You're listening to Drew and KB statewide on the game.
The lonely loner seems to free his mind at night. He's all alone. Some things will never change.
Hi, Matt LePay, your friendly game announcer for Ridgetop Exteriors. Is your home ready to stand out this season? Ridgetop Exteriors, Wisconsin's trusted name in home improvement, does more than just top-quality roofing. They're your go-to for maintenance-free siding and energy-efficient windows. Ridgetop has expert credentials with leading manufacturers like Pella, James Hardie, and LP Smart Siding. For over 20 years, they've delivered exceptional craftsmanship and service. Call Ridgetop Exteriors today or visit ridgetopexteriors.com for your free consultation. Ridgetop Exteriors, where customer service always comes first.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The dust is settling on the blockbuster trade that brought pass rusher Micah Parsons to Green Bay. The Packers signed him to a 4-year, $188 million deal. Wisconsin quarterback Billy Edwards dodged a bullet with a leg injury suffered last night. Multiple sources say he could return for Week 3. Dolphins assistant coach Ryan Crowe was placed on leave today after an early morning arrest for domestic battery. I'm Frank Garrity.
Looking for an exceptional driving experience? Find it behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Experience the power, precision, and intelligence of an iconic Mercedes-Benz SUV at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer today.
Drew Wilson here from 97.3 The Game, and I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French Onion Dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season is eating dips with chips, wings, and veggies while watching the big game. And now Daisy's come out with delicious Daisy French Onion Dip and a Daisy Ranch Dip, and these are a game changer. These are as delicious as homemade dips, and they are made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. I invite you to visit your local grocer and check out Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. They are truly a game changer. Look for them at a grocery store near you.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings discount liquor.
Hi, this is Marie from Discount Liquor. If you're hosting a football party or heading to Green Bay or Madison for the game and a tailgate, we'll help you with your beverage game plan. We are your football party beverage headquarters. Whether you need an ice cold keg, a bottle of your favorite wine, a unique craft brew, or hard to find liquor, we have everything you need, all at the lowest prices in town. Come see us today at 51st in Oklahoma and Milwaukee, and on Barstow and Maine in downtown Waukesha. Voted best liquor store again.
The only thing that tops our selection is your savings.
We'll get you all set up with your favorite beverages for your football party and save you a lot of money. Open daily 9 to 9 and Sundays 10 to 2. Family owned and operated since 1960. See all of our weekly specials at discountliquorinc.com.
Discount Liquor.
Drew Wilson here for the doctors and teams at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Your arms do more than you think until they can't. Whether it's shoulder pain, tennis elbow, or carpal tunnel, OAW has the specialized upper extremity care to help you get back to doing what you love. Regain your reach, regain your life without pain that limits your motion. Don't wait. Schedule today at orthowisconsin.com. That's orthowisconsin.com. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference.
Pull up to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee and shoot your shot at big wins for Sweet Ticket September. Play with your rewards card for entries. Score triple on Drawing Thursday. Win slam dunk prizes like cash, reward play, and tickets to see the Milwaukee Bucks in action. Sweet Ticket September. You ready for this? Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Brian Butch for Iron Jock Performance Apparel. It's a bittersweet time of the year. Yes, summer is coming to an end, but hello football and cooler nights. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't hate it. So let's celebrate with a tremendous offer on the best performance apparel on the planet, Iron Jock. It's comfortable, fashionable. It has 24/7 odor protection, and it's woven with 4-way stretch. 10% spandex to give you the absolute best feel with the best odor and fabric protection in the industry. And now through Labor Day, September 1st, use promo code Friday Night 35, and you'll get 35% off Iron Jock hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. Perfect for Friday nights watching our Iron Jock guy, Isaac Miller, crush opposing quarterbacks. So let's go. Promo code Friday Night 35, now through September 1st. 35% off hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests now through Labor Day. And they'll even throw in a free pair of their low-cut compression socks. Get yours now at ironjock.com. That's ironjoc.com.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Drew and KB bringing it to you on this Friday in the Good Land. Dobie Maxwell's been hanging out with us. We're going to swing to live coverage of the press conferences in Green Bay coming up after 5 o'clock. That's why we're in the Central Standard Distillery Timeout Sports Lounge. So we should probably do our one for the road. But first, we had such a week. We talked to Carlos Mencia. We had the breaking news yesterday, obviously. We had Matt LePay on in advance of the Badgers' first game, which they won last night, which was impressive. We did a remote on Wednesday from Game Day Men's Health in Brookfield. Shout out to our friends at Game Day Men's Health. If you haven't yet, make it a point. Put it on your list of things to do in September. Is go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com, find a clinic near you, and schedule that free no obligation T-test. They get the blood work done in like 15 minutes, and they walk you through it, your results, and see if you can benefit from their treatment. They're very flexible when it comes to paying for the treatment. They are not, they don't work through insurance companies, but they do work with HSAs and things like that. So check it out. It's a comfortable place. KB was there. It's a man cave vibe, really nice people, personalized care, and they offer an array of services. Men's health should not be a taboo subject, and it should be something that everybody dials into because you need it. Whether you know it or not, you need it. So go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com and schedule your no obligation T-test. All right, since we're up against it, and at 5 o'clock again, going to be hearing from Brian Gutekunst and hopefully Micah Parsons. I don't know if Matt LaFleur is going to speak or not. I'm not sure. He was slated to. Yeah, we don't know yet. It's a little bit fluid. Doug Russell's going to be in here. We'll chop it up with him, and we'll just hold down the fort until we find out when Goody and the pressers are going to start.
Do we know what his jersey number is going to be?
He was on social media saying Jaden Reed could keep 11, and then he was asking people to vote on whether or not he should take 0 or 1.
Ooh, did he speak to the Packers about the whole number 1 thing?
I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't talk to him.
Curly's
that's
number.
Curly Lambeau's
Even though
number.
I don't think
he's
they
not
had
going to get
numbers.
number 1. But he probably doesn't know the
Probably not. And
the
Packers,
history back to 1927.
The trade has been rescinded.
Have they issued 0?
No.
Have the Packers ever issued 0?
I don't think so. They can.
I don't
now.
believe so.
They can. I don't know. Yeah.
Good question.
Maybe in the 40s when numbers weren't really
well
regulated.
Whatever number the man wears, it's going to be flying out of the team store.
Yeah.
Because people are going to want that. He's going to be around ostensibly for 4 years. He's a field tilting player, one of the best of the last 4 years. They got a guy at the peak of his powers at a position where they needed help. I think it's a home run move for the Packers.
It's like you're marrying the prom queen.
They're taking a swing at it, folks. What's everybody's been clamoring for. All right, we're off on Monday. On Tuesday, we've got the usual stuff. Actually, we got Matt LePay and Wayne Larrivee, and we're getting close to the Packers opener. So we'll do that kind of thing. But stay tuned. We're not leaving, but Doug Russell's coming in, and we're getting ready for the pressers coming live from Green Bay. It's been Drew and KB statewide on the game.
.97.3 The Game. This is what's trending in Milwaukee now.
This sports update is brought to you by American Place Casino. Nonstop excitement just over the Wisconsin border in Lake County, Illinois. I'm Dave Gasper. The Green Bay Packers will be introducing Micah Parsons this afternoon after acquiring him in a stunning blockbuster trade yesterday. Head coach Matt LaFleur, GM Brian Gutekunst, and Micah Parsons will all be speaking at the podium at Lambeau Field. Doug Russell will anchor special coverage of the Parsons edition at 6 o'clock right here on The Game. The Milwaukee Brewers begin a 3-game series in Toronto this evening as the two best teams in all of baseball square off. The Brewers will have ace Freddie Peralta on the mound opposite Shane Bieber for the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:07 p.m. And after the last pitch, make the switch to the baseball postgame show with Tim Allen right here on The Game. I'm Dave Gasper on Milwaukee's most listened to sports station, 97.3 The Game.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Heavy delays right now, 4394 northbound starting down at Howard, continuing up to the Marquette interchange and on to 43 northbound, delays clearing up after Burleigh. I'm Kevin Henry, and that's your latest total traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Have you been patiently waiting and waiting some more for the right time to buy your first home? Hi, it's John Reeds from Great Midwest Bank, here to remind you that our experienced loan officers can answer questions and provide insight every step of the way. And we're happy to make purchasing a home a little easier by offering a closing cost credit for qualified first-time buyers. Be sure to ask about down payment assistance, too. Find a loan officer near you at greatmidwestbank.com. Great Midwest Bank, your simply local equal housing lender.
Hey, Wisconsin, it's construction season, and the Wisconsin DOT wants to help you safely navigate work zones in your area. Check 511wi.gov or download the free 511 app to see current road work, closures, detours, and camera views on your route. Wherever your travels take you, know before you go with 511wi.gov. That's 511wi.gov. And remember, know before you go. Always park the phone while driving. Sponsored by the Wisconsin DOT.
Broadcasting from the all-new Iron Jock Studios, built by Reamer Remodel. Turn it up! This is WRNW-FM Milwaukee, 97.3 The Game.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
KB here. I'm in the best shape I've been in for years, and I did it without injections, drugs, or prepackaged meals. It changed my life. It will change yours too.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. Schedule your free consultation by calling 262-433-4008 or online at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Listen to the Creative Construction Wisconsin Home Improvement Show Saturday morning starting at 8. Virginia Emmons will be our special guest as we talk about the Greendale Barn Restoration Project. Only on Fox Sports 920 and your iHeart Radio app.
Introducing Central Standard's Brandy Old Fashioned in a can.
Made with their award-winning North Brandy infused with Leinenkugel's delicious flavors they use in their shandy lines.
Just grab a can, open, and enjoy. No mixing or muddling needed.
Central Standard and Leinenkugel's. Join us out here.
You work hard to provide for yourself and your family, and that's why identity theft is so scary. Not only does it pose a threat to your financial well-being, everything you've worked so hard for, but it's also a danger to your family. Even children can be victims. It's not their money thieves go after, obviously, but their social security number. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Act now and save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, One call, that's all.
Now, your chance at $1,000 in a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword festival to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's festival to 200-200.
Brady and the Bucs are the defending champs. I'm not leaving them out. They'll still be there at the end. Just talking. Here's Darnold. Is sacked by Parsons. Number 5.
Oh, that majestic music. No longer the Drew and KB program. We were on the air when the news broke yesterday about Micah Parsons joining the Packers via trade from Dallas. It's happening. It's happened. He's about to meet the media in Green Bay. He's arrived at Green Bay, and we are joined by Doug Russell here, our news director, if you will, here at the game. Hello, Doug.
Hello, Drew.
So we're going to get Brian Gutekunst, then Matt LaFleur, and then Micah Parsons. In some form or fashion.
One way or another.
As we move forward, the biggest Packers acquisition since, I mean,
that's a good question. I mean, that's the debate, right? It could be the biggest selection or the biggest acquisition they've gotten since Reggie White. That's a possibility. Charles Woodson's in the mix as well. You hope that it's something that is of that significance, but that's going to play out on the field.
I'd be happy with Julius Peppers.
Julius Peppers was an effective player. I hope so. Julius Peppers, when he came to Green Bay, was also at the tail end of his career. Micah Parsons is 26, and he just turned 26 in the spring.
Yep.
So he's got a lot of, you would hope, great football ahead of him. When Reggie White came to Green Bay, he was 31 years old. And yes, he was established as an NFL superstar. And that's why, if you are of a certain age, you remember the tour that he went on, ultimately culminating in Mike Holmgren calling him and saying, "This is God come to Green Bay." And that in however many, I think it was about 19 or $20 million at the time that did it, but it's a lot more money this time around for Micah Parsons, obviously, as the economics of the game have changed. So it remains to be seen how big of an acquisition this is going to be, but it is something that has the potential to be on that level if the Packers are able to capitalize on it.
The biggest sports acquisition in our state since Dame Lillard joined the Bucs. That didn't work out great,
but it was a swing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we could either go to break. I think we're getting close to Goody's approaching the podium. Let's take it. Luddy, what do you say? Let's go live to Green Bay and let's hear from Brian Gutekunst, the Packers general manager, talking about the acquisition.
For the 9 years he was with us. What an exceptional player, exceptional person. Really hard to see him go, but there was really no way around it. That was the one thing that was going to be part of this trade no matter what for them. I also want to thank the Dallas Cowboys just for their professionalism through this and our organization as well. I just think some of the times these things are very hard to keep, under wraps as you work through them. And I think, again, very, very thankful for them, and then our guys as well as we navigated through this. So with that, I'll take questions.
You mentioned Kenny Clark, the first round picks, obviously the money. What does bringing in Micah signify for this team?
No, I think, obviously a player like Micah, and he's very unique and very rare is it that they're available, right? So as this kind of came together, it was just one of those things where it was a unique opportunity for us, and it was going to cost, right? There was going to be some expense with it, but we just kind of thought it was the best thing for our football team, and we're excited to get him. We're excited to get him out there and get him with our team so that he can get up to speed as fast as possible.
Obviously, you weren't here when they signed Reggie, but I'm sure Ron was here, obviously. Did they ever talk to you about what that meant? And is there maybe some parallels with Micah being?
Yeah, I don't think there's really any parallels to that at all. I mean, again, I wasn't here, so it's hard for me really to compare that. Different time. I think the Packers organization was in a different space at that time. So I can't really comment on that. Mike is his own man, and he's going to forge his own path here. But I think he's going to be a really, really good fit for our locker room, really good fit for our team. But that was a little before me.
What do you think he can give you guys in 9 days when you play a game?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see, right? He's just getting through the physical right now, and we'll have a chance to get him out there Monday and see where he's at. Certainly, I think we're hopeful that he'll help us in some form or fashion in the opener. But I do think it's on us to be smart and make sure that he's ready to go.
fact these talks were happening at this time of the year, not like before the draft or something like that, how did that kind of impact the negotiations, and did it help your cause a little bit, do you think?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Not really sure. I mean, I think obviously when the draft's coming up, there's a deadline, and that certainly sometimes can spark things, so to speak. So this one was probably a little bit more drawn out than maybe right before the draft or in those days. So, but again, very thankful to the Jones family, Jerry and Steven, for the professionalism as we work through it.
I imagine Jeff Hafley's pretty happy, but as far as the players and the building, what type level of excitement and what does this do for the organization?
Yeah, no, I certainly when you bring in a player like this, I hope there's some excitement. There's probably some bittersweet things going on as well because Kenny was such a well-liked guy in our locker room. But these guys want to win, and they know this is an opportunity to help us to win football games. So I'm sure there'll be some excitement. The timing was a little bit different because they were kind of out of here before all this kind of went down. So. But they'll all come back on Sunday night, be here Monday for practice. And again, I think hopefully they're going to be focused and it's more business-like approach. But again, Micah's production in his first 4 years in the league, sure, and he's very well known. So I think our guys will understand why we did this.
How would you describe Ed's role in this?
Ed Policy? Oh, super. Just a lot like Mark, very supportive. Certainly with a move like this, it's certainly something that I would let him know that we were going down this road. When we're signing practice squad guys, we don't do that. But with something like this and the magnitude of the financial part of it, let them know that we're going down this road and make sure that the organization is prepared for it. And Mark was exceptionally supportive during my time with him, and Ed was the same in this instance.
Feels like they're a double whammy with the trade and the big contract. What are your thoughts about taking that plunge?
Yeah, I think again, you picks and the financial part of it. That's always a lot. But at the same time, like I said, this is a very unique player that rarely becomes available to us. So a little bit like X and Josh Jacobs. Again, there's just not a lot of these players at this point in their career where their best football is ahead of them that become available. And like I talked about on, I guess it was Wednesday, every opportunity that we have to improve the football team now and in the future, we're going to take a look at. So certainly this was something we were going to take a look at. And then, we're just fortunate enough that we were able to get it across the finish line.
If I remember right, it was about this time of the year that you went through this with Khalil Mack back in 18, right? Your first year. Negotiations at this time of the year. Did you learn anything from that played into this one or similar in any way?
Yeah, that was a really good question. I think for me, and it was a little different, and I think for what I learned from that experience is you kind of got to be in early. I think you can't. With Khalil, it was kind of one of those things. I felt like after that went by that we were in it a little bit late. I don't think it would have changed the outcome of that back then, but. I think for me, this one was, I think I just felt like if you're going to be in on something like this, you're going to have to be in early.
Right, the defensive tackle with losing Kenny, how do you feel about the remaining players in the room? Is there any opportunity to maybe add another player to that room still before the start of the season?
Yeah, I feel really good about the group. We obviously have a couple of unproven rookie players that haven't gone out there and done it, but they've really done a nice job in camp so far, and we're excited about them. But I've felt all along last year with TJ and Kenny here that, Carl and Wooden and DY, I just felt that they probably needed more reps and deserved more reps, but obviously they had two really good players in front of them. So I felt we were deep, and obviously we've lost a couple of guys now going into this season, but I'm excited what those guys that have been here will do, and then I'm interested to see also what Stackhouse and Brinson bring to the table as well.
Edge rushers are such a valuable commodity in this league, and it's hard to get to. How important was it to you to retain Rashawn in this deal, and what do you think he plus Micah can do together?
Yeah, no, it was really important. I know affecting the passer in our game on defense is everything, and to be able to have two guys, proven guys that have done it multiple years, feed off each other. I think I'm excited to see what Haf can do with that. I think we've over the past few years, we've really increased our speed on defense, with Edge and Quay and Bull in the nickel, it's certainly Xavier in the back end. So I think we've really increased our speed, and I'm excited about that. And Lucas Van Ness as well.
Were there points in your talks with the Cowboys where they said he's not available, and then did it take a little while? At what point did you believe that he was available?
Yeah, I'll keep most of those details in my conversations with them between us. But, I think, the chances of these things kind of happen are pretty slim, and I kind of think that was my mindset the whole time. I was going to keep the conversations going because of the uniqueness of the player. But I don't think it was really until the last few days that I actually thought, hey, there's an opportunity here to really to close this thing out. So, and in fairness, I've been through a bunch of these that no one's ever heard of, but that's how it goes. You talk, and then you really realize it's really not an opportunity. So when the opportunity kind of opened a little bit, you really thought that this could happen. It was pretty exciting, and we kept in it.
Have you thought much yet about how this affects the next two drafts? And what do you think it's going to be like on that last Thursday in April, the next 2 years?
Yeah, I was teasing the guys. You guys just wanted a couple of days off, and so for Thursdays, but I did really like it when it was just Saturday and Sunday. The 2 days, it was much better. But no, I mean, you guys know how we feel about picks here and how important they are to our football team. So to make this move, certainly you can understand what we think about the player and how he's going to affect our football team. Again, those drafts are a little bit of ways. Who knows what can happen between now and then, and where we'll sit with picks and whether we're picking on Thursday or whether we're not. There was a lot of conversation about whether this was the right thing to do as far as giving up those picks, only because we covet them so much. But again, there's just not very many opportunities to acquire a player like this.
So why does that mean? Because you talk about value during the draft process. Does that mean that your evaluation of this player over 4 years equals as much as 2 first-rounders in order to make that mention, financial aside?
Yeah, I think when you're dealing with you're trading picks for a player and giving up a player, it's a little bit tough. When you're just giving picks for picks, those values, you can use those numbers and things like that. I think every team is different. There could be times that this might not make sense for some of the teams we've had in the past, but for our team right now, I felt that this was an opportunity to make us a little bit more diverse in what we want to do on defense. And again, it really comes down to the player. I mean, these guys just don't, these opportunities to acquire these players just don't come around. Not only a talent like this, but one who's proven in the league, whose best football is ahead of him. I mean, it was a very unique opportunity to acquire a player like this. In my time, there hasn't been very many opportunities like this in the past. And so, again, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we entertain that and see if it's possible.
Who, if anyone, did you seek out to, that maybe had been around Mike at any time to talk about?
Again, I'm not going to go into details of who we talked to and conversations, but certainly there's been people around him in his pro career that we have close ties with. And then certainly, we put a lot of time, as you guys know, into the scouting process. So a lot of our information comes out of that. But in Dallas, there was people that we were close with that have had a lot of time with him.
Financially, how difficult is it going to be to build a roster? You have Jordan top of the market and Mike at the top of the market. You got some other obviously really good guys too. No,
Bill, that's a good question. I think first of all, I got to give Russ Ball a ton of credit because really the blood, sweat, and tears were a lot of him on this contract. But a lot of the work, I mean, he did a great job. I really like the 3 years cap numbers, the first 3 years. I think that's going to give us the flexibility that, with a lot of the really good players we have coming up, that we're going to be able to still be able to keep those guys. But there's no doubt when you acquire a player like this who's going to take up that much of the cap that you're going to have to make some choices. You always do, right? I really, looking at it right now, the cap numbers for 25, 26, and 27, I think are pretty solid for us, and we'll kind of see where that goes.
Brian, you said a few times now that these moments are rare. I'm curious, yesterday when it was finalized and you knew it, just on a human, emotional level, like what went through your mind? What was the joy like? And did you celebrate this last night?
Yeah, I mean, we celebrate when we sign a practice squad guy, right? So we enjoyed like everybody up there enjoys the job. But a little bittersweet. I mean, because as soon as we got to a certain point, I knew I had to call Kenny, and that is a really, really tough phone call for a player who has put so much into our organization, our team. That's always tough. But at the same time, our job is to make those decisions, and we felt we made a good decision for our football team. We'll see. We've got a long way to go. It's a team game. We've won no game so far, so we got to get him in, up to speed and into our scheme and see how that fits. But no, I think again, like I said, it was a unique opportunity to add a very unique player, and we were excited about that.
In that regard, having made this move right before the start of the season, how do you feel about what you have as a roster and what you put together compared to maybe other seasons?
Yeah, I mean, again, this move was not just for this season, right? I mean, it was for multiple seasons, and but no, I feel good about our roster. I felt great about our roster before this happened, right? So I think we have a very good team. I think that they got a long way to go to become the kind of team we want to be, but I think that potential is there. And I think adding Micah is just one of those things that can help that. And again, I'm excited for the season. A lot of work ahead of us, and we'll see where it goes.
Will Van Ness play more inside just to get him on the field?
I think that remains to be seen. I mean, he's always been able to do that, and we've been doing that with him. We certainly want to get Lucas on the field, and I think I'm sure Jeff and his staff are drawing up some very creative situations now that our personnel looks like it does.
Kind of along the lines of what Steve just asked you, is this a sign of where you think you are organizationally, that this is the guy who can get you across the finish line? You've obviously had a bunch of really good teams. You've had some bad luck and whatnot that's prevented you from getting there. But is this the guy that maybe get you there?
I think you might ask me the question on Wednesday about one player away. I don't believe in that, so I don't. Again, I do think this guy's going to add to our football team, and I think he's going to certainly help us win football games. But I think I just don't really believe that one player puts you over the top, so to speak. I've never believed in that. But the biggest thing is going to be these guys coming together and putting their individual goals aside and deciding they want to win.
The internal conversations that you guys have throughout this process, how quickly does that go from you having the thought of, I'm going to reach out to just see where this is at, to collectively, internally having those collaborative work in this conversation?
Yeah, the internal conversations with my personnel staff is we talk about these things all the time and bounce things off each other. It's very important that I do that with those guys, because those are the guys who are going to tell me, that actually understand the value of what we're giving up. I mean, most of the guys, most of the coaches for sure. I mean, they're looking at the Detroit Lions and this guy can help us. So absolutely, we want to do this, right? But those guys in the personnel room, they understand, what we're giving up. They understand the long-term ramifications in the short term, not only with the team, but with the salary cap. And they're not afraid to tell me when they disagree. So those conversations are extremely important. And then once we kind of get through those is when, maybe I'll start reaching out if that's what we decided to do. I mean, I think these conversations, again, it wasn't a big group of people that we were talking to, because we kind of wanted to keep it as quiet as we could, but very, very important as we made this decision.
You said it's hard to keep under wraps. Bill's question on Wednesday. Had you already reached an agreement on the trade parameters when I was blabbing on about bold moves?
I'll keep those details, in the conversations. We had the framework of what it might be, even way before that. But again, there was so far to go, and before that could be a reality. That and again, I mean, to be just fair and honest, I mean, it was. These things rarely happen, and there's a ton of times you go through these conversations and you have frameworks and structures of how you're going to do this, and it just doesn't come to fruition. So it's kind of one of those things that we were hopeful, but see how it goes.
And then you said, and again, I understand you're trying to keep a lot of the details to yourself, but you said you got to get in early. You knew he was disgruntled down there for a while. So can you at least give us an idea how early is early?
I think, we, I mean, again, just fairly early. Fairly early.
Right when he requested a trade.
Fairly early. Yeah.
Ryan, there was a
Two
note.
more, please.
There was a note from Jerry yesterday in his conference that Kenny practiced yesterday. As you're going through this, A, did that happen? And then B, is there a nervousness and angst from you of if something happens to Kenny in practice, all of a sudden maybe this deal falls apart?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. He did practice. It's certainly something I thought about a lot. I don't know if you can live that way, you know. He might have been limited a little bit, but I don't know if you can live that way. You know, I mean, Kenny was a big part of our football team. There was a very good chance even then that he may end up playing for us against Detroit in week 1, and he needed to practice. So, you know, those are tough decisions, you know, but to hold a player out of practice for a maybe, that's just not something I was willing to do.
Going back to that draft in 21, obviously you were way down the bottom and he went 12th. Did you study him a lot at the time? What did you think of him then? Is he what you thought? Is he better than you thought?
If you guys remember, he didn't play. I don't know if he played at all that last year before he came out. I don't remember exactly why. But anyway, he was a stand-up linebacker, right? You know, that's what he was coming out. And I did go to the pro. I was at the pro day. And that's where, like, I mean, the athletic traits, you know, they jump off the tape with everything he did in college. At the pro day was the first time where someone really put him through some, like, serious pass rush drills. And on tape, he'd come off the ball, he'd blitz, and he'd rush a passer, and you could see that. But the pro day was the first day they really put his hand in the dirt, and they did a lot of drills where you just were like, you know, you saw 2 or 3 reps, and you're like, well, what else do you need to see? You know, it was one of those just rare things. So I think everybody kind of knew that when he came into the league, he was going to do some rushing the passer. And I think his first year, he kind of split time almost equally, standing up and rushing the passer. And then he just kind of started moving more towards just a pass rusher because it was so valuable, you know. But yeah, I mean, we scouted him really good. I mean, those guys are fun to watch, even though you may know that's a pretty unrealistic chance you got a chance to take him. But when you see the great ones, you like to watch them, you know. So.
Hey, Goody, we're not going to burden him with the Reggie White comparison. I understand that. But your fan base is really, really excited, obviously. You remember being a student at Eau Claire or at
Oh my gosh.
at lacrosse?
Eau Claire? Come on, I got way more.
At lacrosse, when that happened, do you remember that?
No, to be honest with you, when I was in college, pro football was really the last thing on my mind. I love college ball. I did, you know, I remember when in '96 when they won the Super Bowl, I was, I might have been studying, but like, I'm like, what is all this noise? Why are people so excited? Like, and there was like, you know, the whole campus was like going downtown to the bars. I'm like, what's going on? I never really followed pro football until I interned here too much. So I was just a college guy. My dad was a college coach, and that's what I followed. So yeah, no, I didn't. I mean, I knew who Reggie White was, you know what I mean? I mean, he was one of the best players in the world, but yeah, certainly didn't follow the Packers back then. So
you mentioned the physical and obviously being smart with week 1. Is there any at all concern with his back?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously he's doing physical right now, but I think we feel fairly confident that that's certainly not a long-term problem. You know, it's something that he'll work through pretty quickly, we would think.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That's Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst answering some questions, evading others as he does. Doug Russell, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Answering some questions and not answering other questions. Didn't want to answer any questions about the timeline. Didn't want to answer any questions about the process really, or any other of the specifics, which you understand because there are some sensitivities that are involved, and there are also some rules that are involved as well. So maybe we'll get some answers from the player himself, who maybe is a little bit more reticent to, protect those down in Dallas that he had some disagreements with. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to hear from the general manager to kind of hear what the thought process was, not only for the thought process of bringing in Micah Parsons, but also what it's going to mean to this team to lose Kenny Clark, and also what it means to perhaps move Lucas Van Ness inside, because by all accounts, he's had a tremendous camp so far, and this is a really important year for him because you talk about first-round draft choices and what they sent back to Dallas. Well, Lucas Van Ness is one of those first-round draft choices.
That's right. Goody on scouting Micah Parsons at his pro day. The pro day was the first time they put him through serious pass rush drills. You saw 2 or 3 reps, and it was like, what else do you need to see? It was one of those rare things.
He can be a game wrecker.
Everybody in attendance is like, well, yeah. Take him whenever you can. He ended up going 12th, so, oh my goodness. We're going to take a quick break. Matt LaFleur is going to go to the podium, and then Micah Parsons. covering the Packers pressers on Micah Parsons Day in Wisconsin, statewide on the game.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Northbound on 4145, going to be heavy from Watertown Plank up to Hampton. You also got a crash off to the left shoulder past North Avenue. Southbound delays starting up at Silver Spring, clearing up south of Capitol. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest total traffic.
This report is sponsored by FabTech Expo.
See the future of manufacturing at FabTech, North America's largest sheet metal forming and fabricating event. Automated laser cutting, welding, and finishing is all here. September 8th through the 11th in Chicago. It's free and just a short drive. Register now at fabtechexpo.com.
Guys, what's going on? Tim Allen, Brewers, best record in the NL against the Blue Jays, best record in the AL. World Series preview. Game 1 after the last pitch, make the switch. Post-game show with Potawatomi Sportsbook here on the game.
Lifting your kids, typing your next big idea, squeezing it around a golf. You use your shoulders, elbows, wrists, and hands to do it all. But when pain slows you down, the specialists at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin are here to help. Hey, it's Drew Olson from the Drew and KB Show. If you've reached your limit, if you're tired of the pain, if you want to change, your first call should be to the team at OAW to see what in the world is going on. It'll be the best decision you've ever made. Their fellowship-trained upper extremity surgeons treat shoulder, elbow, wrist, and hand issues with compassionate care, advanced techniques, and a focus on lasting recovery. Whether you're an athlete, a worker, or just want to enjoy a day without pain, start with the team that puts patients first. Their expert upper extremity surgeons offer personalized treatment plans to restore your strength and movement. All the information that you need to book your appointment can be found at orthowisconsin.com. That's orthowisconsin.com. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference.
Hey, if you're like me, you're always looking to protect the value of your home. Hi, it's Mike Heller from the game for Wisconsin Concrete Coatings. Worried about flooding? Their polyurea coatings designed for your basement are waterproof, mold-resistant, and built to last, so your basement stays dry and livable. No more worrying about mildew or ruined flooring. Boost your home's air quality and protect your foundation today. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit wiconcretecoatings.com for a free estimate. Wisconsin Concrete Coatings, peace of mind starts from the ground up.
Step into American Place Casino, where the excitement never ends. Located in Waukegan, Illinois, just a short drive from Milwaukee. Over 900 slot machines, your favorite table games, 4 restaurants, live entertainment, and now our brand new poker room. Plus, we're proud to be the friendliest casino around with service that sets us apart. Whether you're here to hit the jackpot, catch a game, or just have an unforgettable night out, American Place Casino has it all. American Place Casino, closer than you think, friendlier than you expect. Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537.
Jason, what are you singing? Working on a new jingle to promote Capital's $49 drain clearing. When your sink fills up with gunk, don't stress, don't whine. It's only $49. Don't take this the wrong way, man, but I'd stick to plumbing, heating, and cooling if I were you. That's fair, but people need to know that we clear clogs for only $49. Fine, but I would have rhymed gunk with junk. It's so obvious.
Call CapitalCares.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. one wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh fights odor in just one wash, guaranteed.
Hey, what's up? It's Russell Nicolay with Nicolay Law. If you get injured, it's Nicolay time.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Continuing our coverage of the Packers news conferences at 12:65. Drew Wilson, Doug Russell here in the Central Standard Distillery Timeout Sports on /Iron Jock Studios, whatever we call it on the Drew and KB program. This isn't the Drew and KB program because it's Packers Day.
It kind of is. It's like a Victory Monday on a Friday without a game being played.
And it's going into a holiday weekend, making everybody happy. Micah Parsons on his way. He's like being physicaled as we speak. Matt LaFleur is going to go to the podium soon. Andrew Ludwig will tell us when that will start. But again, Goody was evasive. But the bottom line is that he was at the podium on Wednesday knowing that they were very close to finishing, wrapping up the deal.
And he was asked about it on Wednesday as well. And he was quite evasive then as well, because you can't talk about it. It was just a rumor. And then I think the prevailing thought was, and I had this conversation yesterday late morning with one of our sales manager, Tom, and he was just asking, what are the odds? And I said, well, it sounds great, right? It sounds great in theory. A couple of first rounders, maybe a second rounder. We didn't know exactly what the compensation back was going to be to Dallas should a hypothetical pop up. But the one thing that I kept coming back to is I just don't think Dallas is going to trade him. Not to the Packers and not to anybody.
Neither did I, because Trey Hendrickson and Terry McLaurin didn't go anywhere.
Right.
And it's rare that players, and Goody said it, it's rare that players of this magnitude get traded.
Right. I mean, you look at the Hendrickson thing. I mean, there was bad blood between he and Mike Brown in Cincinnati, and you would have thought that if there was going to be somebody who was going to get moved, that it was going to be him. And maybe it's a little bit different because of his age. He's quite a bit older than Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is entering his 5th season. He's 26 years old. He's in his prime or entering his prime. And there are only, this is a stat that I keep going back to, there are only 2 players in NFL history that have a dozen or more sacks in each of their first 4 seasons in the league. And one of them is Micah Parsons, and the other one is Reggie White.
Yeah, stunning. It's interesting also, and we talked about this earlier in our program, that the NFL media industrial complex, the insiders, the scoop masters, didn't have a whiff of this, even though the deal was agreed to, and then it was pending the Packers working out the contract. Now, you would think at some point between, okay, we've got a deal to pending this, Russ Ball's coming in and doing his magic and layering in the years and the guarantees and all that it would have leaked. But the Packers are notoriously quiet about these things. They don't leak a lot of stuff.
Cards very close to the vest.
Cowboys are usually pretty open about stuff like this. They leak stuff, but in this case, it's not really good news from their point of view. So they didn't leak it. The agent didn't leak it. And so it went under the radar, which again, when it comes to the Packers, Charles Woodson was under the radar. We knew it was between Packers and Tampa Bay, but nobody knew where it was going to go. And then he landed in Green Bay. Julius Peppers tweeted a picture of himself at Lambeau. That's how we found out about that. Like, holy cow, the Packers are getting Julius Peppers. And we've had other moves that there just isn't that, they don't get scooped.
Right.
Packers are real good. They're one of the few teams in the league that makes their transactions and shocks people.
You would think that it would not leak from the agent in this case, because the agent that Micah Parsons has is also the same agent that Jordan Love has, that Xavier McKinney has.
Yeah.
So
doesn't he also do Matt LaFleur? I think he might do Matt LaFleur as well.
And it looks like we've got Matt LaFleur who's headed to the podium.
Let's swing it to Green Bay, and then we'll hear from the Packers coach, and then we're going to hear from Micah Parsons after that.
Holiday weekend, Rob? Shouldn't you be out at a basketball or a football game or something? All right.
So you seem to be in a good mood.
I'm always in a great mood, all right?
What does this mean to your team? What does this mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, what a rare opportunity to get a guy of his caliber. Now, I will say, for me, it's extremely bittersweet because Kenny Clark, since the day I was here or got hired here, I want to say, I think he's the last guy that was on the roster when I was hired. Now I know we drafted Elton and Rashawn, but I'm really thankful for our time together because he is a pro's pro. Obviously a great player, and as great of a player as he is, I believe he's an even better person. And I think you guys probably feel the same way in terms of just he is going to treat everybody with the utmost respect. And he is revered in that locker room. And so it is bittersweet when you lose a player, not only of that caliber, but just the type of leader he was for a locker room. But at the same time, certainly, like I said, it's just rare that you get an opportunity to get a guy like a Micah Parsons.
Mike is really talented. He's also really versatile. There's a lot of things he does very well. What's the best, in terms of role, the best way to maximize that talent and versatility?
That's a heck of a question. I think there's obviously, I don't think there's much that he can't do. It's just how do you get him acclimated to what we're doing, and then you can kind of let the creativity come out. I think I got a lot of confidence in Half and our defensive staff that we'll be able to put him in positions to maximize not only his ability, but everybody around him. I just know from having a game plan against him, that is something that keeps you up at night when you're going against a player of his caliber. And now we feel like we've got a lot of other pieces around him that it's going to be that much more challenging for our opponents.
You joke coming in here about us being here. It's a holiday weekend, but what does this change anything for you and the staff trying to figure out how you're going to line them up and implement and all those?
No, I think more than anything, we got to get him here. We got to see where he's at. He hasn't. I don't believe he's practiced. So we got to be very calculated with how we deploy him and just the number of snaps that he's going to get. And I think the first part of that is you got to assess the situation, and in order to do that, you got to have some sort of physical movement.
What was your sort of role just in this whole process with Goody and those guys?
I was just a cheerleader on the sidelines. So now he talked to me, obviously, I don't want to get into the timelines, but early before anybody ever even knew this could have potentially come to fruition. So, and I was like, heck yeah. I mean, these opportunities just don't come about.
You said, I think after this past season, that you originally wanted to just rush the traditional 4, but you guys obviously had to change. Does this allow you to get back to that?
I'd say so. Yes. I think it just gives us a lot of flexibility with what we want to do. And I think Half and our staff have done a great job of, like I've mentioned many times, that you come in with a vision of, hey, we're going to get after them with our front 4. You're going to play coverage. And then I loved the evolution, I would say, of our defense last year in regards to being able to deploy a lot of different fronts, which makes it more challenging for opposing offenses to game plan against when you're not quite sure and they have everything. But it just gives you so much flexibility. Do you want to, I mean, this guy's played off the ball linebacker, and it's rare that you get a defensive end that can go inside and play linebacker or go inside and rush. So he's obviously he's got to have a great football mind and capacity to learn in order to be able to do all those different things.
What's your comfort level with the guys you have now with defensive tackle, with Clark gone? Some guys are going to have to step up. What's your comfort level with those guys that remain there?
Yeah, very confident. I feel like just in our conversations, that's one thing Goody and I talked about is, we had 6 guys on the inside on our roster. And I also think there's situationally, there's other guys that you can kick inside as well. So I think you can never have enough edge rushers in this league. And that's a premium position. Not to say that the guys inside aren't, they certainly are as well. But we feel pretty confident with the depth that we have there. I think the growth that we've seen from guys like Carl Brooks, Colby Wooden, Then we got the two rooks inside there, obviously Devontae Wyatt. We feel confident with that group.
Just in terms of the value of pass rush, is that kind of the focus to really maximize Micah as a pass rusher coming off the edge, or is it more to unlock the totality of this game, the other aspects as well?
Can you say that one more time?
Well, I'm wondering, obviously, pass rush, like you said, is a premier position. Is that the focus to really maximize him in that area, or is it almost, because he is so versatile, almost an underservice to really focus on that aspect and not all the other things he does?
Well, yeah, I think the one thing that, he can wreck a game in a hurry. And I just know going against him and having a game plan, especially when you're talking the pass game, you just got to be very, very careful who you're putting down on and just what type of protections you're doing. Matter of fact, I just ironically watched our Dallas game earlier today, and just some of the havoc that he was able to create. And luckily, we had our running back bailed us out a couple times from some potential game-changing plays where he just made us look silly up front on a couple of plays. So this guy is super versatile, and just can change the whole complexion of your defense.
How do you take on the expectations with this? I don't think you're sneaking up on anybody now after this trade. What is that going to be like, just carrying that this whole season?
I feel like that's always the expectation around here. I feel like since the day I was hired. So you just approach it no different than we have in the past, trying to be your best each and every day, trying to get a little bit better. It's a long year. There's a lot of variables that come into play throughout the course of the season. And certainly it's just how well you stick together in the tough times and just kind of ride the wave. But as far as expectations, that just is something that comes along with being a Green Bay Packer.
That's Matt LaFleur, Packers coach. Expectations, Super Bowl or bust, right, Doug?
Yeah, you don't acquire Micah Parsons just to get to the divisional round, right?
Yeah.
You don't trade 2 first-round picks and commit $188 million over the next 4 years just to make it to the NFC Championship game.
At the same time, the tenor of this is it's not just for this year. He's going to be around for 4 years. We're going to have one of the best players in the league on our defensive line for 4 years.
This is not a rental. This is not a rental. This is a purchase.
Yeah, absolutely. They're purchasing. When we come back, we'll listen to the rest of Matt LaFleur's press conference, and Micah Parsons is warming up in the bullpen. Well, he's taking his physical. I don't know.
Hopefully
they don't make him throw like in a bullpen for the physical, do they?
Make him turn his head and cough, perhaps.
I'm sure.
Excuse me.
How's that air quotes bad back that kept you out of training camp in Dallas?
Exactly.
I think it's miraculously healed somewhere over Arkansas.
Interesting. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more Matt LaFleur, and then Micah Parsons. Our special coverage of Micah Parsons Day in Green Bay continues on the game.
You thought you found a friend to take you out of this place.
There's a problem if your lawyer is famous for one phone call and a quick settlement. It weakens your position in a negotiation. Another problem is due diligence. That's what trial lawyers conduct when preparing a case. Things like lost wages, lifetime medical costs, and other variables that can't be considered in a quick settlement. In fact, one call and a quick settlement is exactly what the other side wants. Instead, call Habish, Habish & Rotier. National reputation, hometown service. Visit Habish.com to find out more.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The dust is settling on the blockbuster trade that brought pass rusher Micah Parsons to Green Bay. The Packers signed him to a 4-year, $188 million deal. Wisconsin quarterback Billy Edwards dodged a bullet with a leg injury suffered last night. Multiple sources say he could return for Week 3. Dolphins assistant coach Ryan Crowe was placed on leave today after an early morning arrest for domestic battery. I'm Frank Garrity.
Looking for an exceptional driving experience? Find it behind the wheel of a Mercedes-Benz SUV. Experience the power, precision, and intelligence of an iconic Mercedes-Benz SUV at your local Mercedes-Benz dealer today.
Drew and KB here from 97.3 The Game. We are joined by Liz Dimmick, our featured teacher of the week for iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Liz, your nomination says you've collected clothing, jackets, and school supplies for students for many years, and you do everything possible to help students inside and outside the classroom. When did you start doing this? Teaching is hard enough. When did you start going outside and above and beyond?
So I've been an MPS school teacher for 21 years now, and I absolutely love it. I'm also a product of MPS. I went to MPS kindergarten through high school, so I just believe in the system, and I love our children that are with us. And I've been at Clara Barton for the last 11 years, which is on the north side, and it is an absolute delight to work with these kids. I love them. They love me. It's just a great place to be.
The nomination says that you also have collected clothing for the families of the students, so you get to know them and they become part of your family, don't they?
Yeah, the beautiful thing is that I'm blessed with so many wonderful people. I mean, I did a Donors Choose project. It was about $3,000 back during COVID. I had noticed a lot of my students didn't have the correct supplies when we were having instruction over the internet. And my friends, family, and educators at Clara Barton came together. And then we did a book bag pickup, and they came and got all the school supplies. And it was so cool to see our students online having supplies that they needed.
Congratulations. Thanks
Liz.
for joining us.
Thank you.
To nominate a teacher, go to iHeartRadio.com/teacher.
Brian Butch for Iron Jock Performance Apparel. It's a bittersweet time of the year. Yes, summer is coming to an end, but hello football and cooler nights. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't hate it. So let's celebrate with a tremendous offer on the best performance apparel on the planet, Iron Jock. It's comfortable, fashionable. It has 24/7 odor protection, and it's woven with 4-way stretch. 10% spandex to give you the absolute best feel with the best odor and fabric protection in the industry. And now through Labor Day, September 1st, use promo code Friday Night 35, and you'll get 35% off Iron Jock hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests. Perfect for Friday nights watching our Iron Jock guy, Isaac Miller, crush opposing quarterbacks. So let's go. Promo code Friday Night 35, now through September 1st. 35% off hoodies, long sleeve tees, jackets, and vests now through Labor Day. And they'll even throw in a free pair of their low-cut compression socks. Get yours now at ironjock.com. That's ironjoc.com.
Chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can make me feel like a spectator in my own life.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine preventive treatment.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Continuing our coverage of Micah Parsons Day in Green Bay, Drew Olson, Doug Russell here inside the Iron Jock studio. Andrew Ludwig is behind the glass, pushing the buttons. We're going to go back and rejoin Matt LaFleur as he meets the media talking about the Packers' newest acquisition.
What was the challenge of game planning against Parsons? And then the other hand of it, now that he's on your team, what does that do for the rest of your defense that, week one coordinator, whoever's got to go stop Parsons, and what does it do for your defense then?
Yeah, I mean, it's a challenge. Anytime you got a premier edge rusher, it's a big time challenge. First and second down, are you going to play action pass? Do you really want to only have one guy on them? There's a lot of different hoops you got to jump through, and then you don't know where necessarily he's always going to line up. Is he going to line up inside, outside? That's where it gets really fun, I think, for our defensive staff, and becomes a real challenge for you offensively, because, like I said, he's made a lot of people look really bad, and he wins so fast, and that's the thing that you really have to account for. It's just how fast he can get to the quarterback.
Obviously, Rashawn's been good, really good at times. What does this mean for him then, that I mean, like, no one's gonna be able to double team Rashawn anymore, right? So what can this?
Well, yeah, you just, now you got to pick. I mean, there's certain situations too where this is why I think the flexibility with your front is so important, because if a guy lines up at defensive end all the time, then you can find a guy and have your tight end or receiver, whoever, your back, and you can make sure you chip them. But when you couple them with the guy on the outside, on the other side, now to your point, Bill, you got to pick your poison. What do you want to do? Are you chipping both sides? Well, if you are, now you're not getting as many people out in the route, at least not initially. So it definitely kind of flips the field in your favor.
You said you happened to be looking at the Dallas tape. Was that because you were getting ready for Dan Quinn and Joe Witt and doing some advanced stuff for that game, or did you just want to look at the guy you just had?
I just wanted to watch him.
You know, thinking about Fit, this guy coming from Dallas to Green Bay, a couple of days after that game, he publicly said, I think on a podcast, that he was impressed by Jordan Love and the game plan that you guys had against them. And 6 months ago, he sat down with Jordan in an interview, right? So how much of those things do you pick up and say, yeah, this guy would fit in here with us?
Well, when guys have relationships with other players around the league, you always, especially when you're going through the process, you always ask, what do you think of them? My first exposure to Micah was at the Pro Bowl. Was that the 21 season? And I was really impressed by the guy. Matter of fact, we were joking about it. Like, the majority of the players in the Pro Bowl, I think it's well known, that's why there's not a Pro Bowl game anymore. The majority of the guys looked like they were going through the motions, except for one guy. He was trying to wreck shop out there, and he was trying to win. And that's one thing, just having relationships with other coaches throughout the league that have worked with him. They'll tell you this guy's the ultimate competitor, and if you're whatever it is you're playing, he's going to want to win. And I don't think he's very apologetic about that, which is so exciting as a coach to get a guy like that. And I think that just elevates everybody around him.
What's the acclimation process like for Parsons to get up to speed with Hafley's defense on the field?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of time spent together, I would say, and a lot of one-on-one time to try to get them up to speed as quickly as possible. But I think more than anything else, I'm confident that will happen quickly. But we just got to see where he's at physically before, we put him out there and he's playing 70 snaps a game.
If your defense winds up becoming dominant, does it change your philosophy?
Packers coach Matt LaFleur holding court at 12:65 as we get ready for Micah Parsons to reach the microphones. Anything interesting stand out to you on that, Doug?
I just the kind of the process that he was more of a fly on the wall as far as what was really going on behind the scenes. And you would kind of expect that from a coach because, the coach's job is to win right now. And of course, he's going to be maybe on Gutekunst's shoulder saying, yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose Kenny, but yeah, we're making a push here. And, our contracts are both coming up. So, who's to say?
How about that scene where LaFleur's at his desk grinding, getting ready, and then Goody walks over and says, hey, you want Micah Parsons? Like, yeah, right. Hello.
Reminds me of the time when Red Hot came into my office and said, you think we should go get the Packers?
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah, that would be okay. That would be all right.
Goodness.
All right. We just did. What?
Yes. I'm about to shuffle off. Doug's going to stay here with Andrew Ludwig, and they're going to bring you the Micah Parsons, or Michael, as Jared Jones called him,
Jerry
presser live, and you guys can react to that and then start enjoying your weekends. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today. Marty Ronsky joined us on the Drew and KB program. Dobie Maxwell sat in and always brings a good vibe. He's just the absolute man, and we had a good time. And Luddy, good job on Figure It Out.
Thanks.
As well. So you're going to hear from Micah Parsons, the newest Packer, on the other side, and we will be back at it not Monday but Tuesday at 3:00. As KB would say, make mediocre choices, people. See you Tuesday.
97.3 The Game. This is what's trending in Milwaukee now.
This sports update is brought to you by American Place Casino. Nonstop excitement just over the Wisconsin border in Lake County, Illinois. I'm Dave Gasper. The Milwaukee Brewers begin a 3-game series in Toronto this evening as the two best teams in all of baseball square off. The Brewers will have ace Freddie Peralta on the mound opposite Shane Bieber for the Blue Jays. First pitch is at 6:07 p.m. And after the last pitch, make the switch to the baseball postgame show with Tim Allen right here on The Game. The Green Bay Packers will be introducing Micah Parsons this afternoon after acquiring him in a stunning blockbuster trade yesterday. Head coach Matt LaFleur, GM Brian Gutekunst, and Micah Parsons will all be speaking at the podium at Lambeau Field. Doug Russell will anchor special coverage of the Parsons edition at 6 o'clock right here on The Game. I'm Dave Gasper on Milwaukee's most listened to sports station, 97.3 The Game.
From the Lynch family of dealerships, Total Traffic Center.
Northbound 4145 from the Zoo to Good Hope, taking 15 minutes. Still got a crash blocking the left shoulder at North Avenue. 894 southbound at Lincoln, an accident off to the right shoulder. No delays, though, between the Zoo and the Hale interchange. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest Total Traffic.
This report is sponsored by FabTech Expo.
See the future of manufacturing at FabTech, North America's largest sheet metal forming and fabricating event. Automated laser cutting, welding, and finishing is all here. September 8th through the 11th in Chicago. It's free and just a short drive. Register now at fabtechexpo.com.
For award-winning injury lawyers, when you're injured, you call Nicolay Law. Get the beer, get the win.
You're not just tired, you're drained. Dragging yourself out of bed, powering through work with caffeine, skipping workouts, zoning out at home. That 6 to 10 o'clock evening window, it used to be your time. Now you're barely holding on. Lower energy, poor sleep, no drive. If that sounds like you, it might be low testosterone, and you're not alone. It's Drew Olson from 97 through the game, and I was in that exact spot with less gas in the tank. I got tested at Game Day Men's Health, and it changed everything. I've been amazed the level of service I've received at Game Day and how quick the treatments are. It's part of my routine now. You can make it part of yours. They are looking to help you at Game Day Men's Health. It's fast, it's simple, and it's built for guys on the go. Like no waiting rooms, no awkward questions, just a free T-level test and real solutions that work. You've got a life to live. Don't waste it on the couch. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com and book your free testosterone test today. Game Day Men's Health. Get into one of the 5 area locations, get results, and get back in the game.
After a serious accident, you'll need a winning team to protect your rights. Trust Wisconsin's own Ruger Law, proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
KB, our buddies at Central Standard have made the perfect brandy old-fashioned in a can.
It's so good, made with their award-winning North Brandy and infused with Leinenkugel's delicious flavors used in their shandy lines.
This is spirits and brandy based. It's not a beer.
So whether you're on the golf course or at a concert or enjoying your outdoor patio, it's brandy old-fashioned deliciousness.
And it's ready to go. Just grab a can, open, and enjoy. No mixing or muddling needed.
Central Standard's brandy old-fashioned, Leinenkugel's infused, ready-to-drink cocktail.
Central Standard and Leinenkugel's, join us out here.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Hey, it's Matt LePay, your friendly play-by-play voice. I know a good team when I see one, and I found a great one in Ridgetop Exteriors. Let's talk about your home for a minute. It's most likely your biggest investment and where you spend most of your time. So my question for you, is your home ready to shine this season? Whether it's roofing, siding, or windows, Ridgetop Exteriors is the name you can trust. For over 20 years, Ridgetop Ridgetop Exteriors has been Wisconsin's favorite for roofing, and they bring that same expertise to siding and windows. Imagine vibrant, low-maintenance siding and energy-efficient windows that brighten your home while cutting energy costs. Ridgetop Exteriors holds all expert-level installation credentials with leading manufacturers, including Pella, James Hardie Fiber Cement Siding, and LP Smart Side Engineered Wood Siding. With thousands of five-star reviews and a commitment to excellence, they're the clear choice for your home improvement project. Call Ridgetop Exteriors today, online at ridgetopexteriors.com, and consultations are always free. Ridgetop Exteriors, putting customers first every time.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app, powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
WRNW Milwaukee, available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now number one for podcasting. 97.3 The Game, an iHeartRadio station.
Tom Pelissero here with some breaking news into the NFL Network newsroom. Micah Parsons is a Green Bay Packer.
That really happened?
This is great.
What happened? Cowboys trading Micah Parsons to the Packers.
We'll take your thoughts.
Guys,
on
we
the
have
Packers.
breaking news. Breaking news. The
Lay it on
Cowboys have reached an agreement on a trade that will send Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
You
He will
gotta be
sign
kidding
a
me.
4-year, $188 million extension
my God.
with Green Bay.
And there were people who said that Micah Parsons didn't have leverage, but his agent David Mulgeta did have leverage. He had the leverage of Parsons' talents in talking to other teams.
And as they say, it only takes one. Good evening and welcome into extended coverage of the Packers trade of Micah Parsons. I'm Doug Russell. There are only a few franchise-altering moves that any team can make. And while it's too early to say that this is one of them, it could be. We'll hear from the newest member of the Packers, Micah Parsons, as soon as he steps to the podium. We'll have that live for you here on The Game. Your thoughts on the talk and text line are also welcome as well. But we gave you a little taste of how we all heard the news when it broke yesterday, about 26 hours. And it first broke on the Drew and KB show.
But be 3-1 when you get to that Michigan game and then take your chances against Michigan. They got a freshman quarterback. A lot of people think they're going to regress a little this season. We'll see. But it's a tough league. The swing game on the better schedule is always, to me, Iowa. If they lose to Iowa, that's a game like you'd like to have. So we'll take your thoughts.
Guys,
on
we
the
have
Badgers.
breaking news. Breaking news.
Breaking news. Hunter, hit the stinger.
This is breaking news.
Big news.
Breaking news. From Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference.
The Cowboys have reached an agreement on a trade that will send Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers.
You
He will
gotta be
sign
kidding me.
a 4-year, $188 million extension
my God.
with Green Bay that includes $136 million guaranteed. Micah Parsons is a Green Bay Packer.
Holy cow.
According to
Never in a
multiple
million
sources.
years would you have thought that.
Never in a million years. The Packers have pulled the trigger. Jerry Jones traded him to the Packers?
To the Packers.
Wow.
That encompasses the shock of kind of what the entire NFL was feeling, because the prevailing thought, and it was, I think, the prevailing thought certainly of us here at the Packers flagship, the Game in Milwaukee and the Game Radio Network. And I think that this was also the prevailing thought of those that are, at the national networks as well, that they're going to work it out in Dallas, right? That's what they always do, whether it's CeeDee Lamb, whether it's Dak Prescott. Jerry Jones likes to take this to the 11th hour and 58th minute, but it's all going to get done. You're not going to trade a generational talent in Micah Parsons, no matter what you're going to get back. And that's not how it happened. ESPN's Adam Schefter, he was asked about his response when the news first broke yesterday as well.
There were no negotiations in recent months. Jerry Jones was disappointed in the fact that he felt like he had an agreement in late March with Micah Parsons that would pay him $40.5 million a year on average. The two sides never negotiated after that. Micah Parsons never practiced this summer. He had back tightness that he went to get a second opinion on in California. And there were people who said that Micah Parsons didn't have leverage, but his agent David Mulgeta did have leverage. He had the leverage of Parsons' talents in talking to other teams. And the Packers were highly interested all along, so much so that they were willing to pay him more than any other non-quarterback in NFL history ever has been made. And we have another blockbuster trade 1 week from when the Dallas Cowboys will be playing the Philadelphia Eagles 1 week from tonight on Thursday Night Football. There is a trade that has sent ripples across the National Football League.
And don't forget about week 4 either. That's when the Packers are visiting Dallas on Sunday Night Football. So you think about the executives at NBC already on their schedule. They had Aaron Rodgers in week 8 going up against the Packers. Now that game is going to be in Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium. But this one's going to be in Dallas. This is going to be a true reunion between Micah Parsons, his old team, and his old fans as well. And he said some very nice things about his fans, says that he's going to continue to live in North Texas for the rest of his adult life. So I think that there's certainly some hard feelings between the player and his now former team, and certainly he and Jerry Jones. But you also heard the name David Mueller in there, and that's important because he's not only the agent for Micah Parsons, he's also the agent for Jordan Love. He's also the agent for Xavier McKinney. So this is someone who knows how the Packers do business, someone who's familiar with the ins and outs of the organization itself, and someone who can communicate that to the player that says, you know what, I don't know what you've heard about Green Bay, but this is also someone who grew up in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So it's not like he grew up somewhere that has glitz and glamour like Dallas might have, like some of the others, like Miami or Los Angeles or even New York or Chicago. Forget about the weather for a moment. But he also went to college in Happy Valley. There's not much to do besides football in Happy Valley. And when you go to Green Bay, as what we heard last year from both Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney, both who played their college ball in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, they said they went there because it's all about ball. Micah Parsons, haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, obviously, but I think that he would say the same thing about going and playing at Penn State. You go there because it's all about ball. In Dallas, it's not necessarily all about ball. In Green Bay, it is all about ball. And to these guys who are trying to make a name for themselves, who are trying to create their legacies in the NFL, oftentimes that's what they care about. They don't necessarily care about them. I mean, they do care about the money. I don't say they don't care about the money, but that's just part of it. The other part of it is if you win in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and I'm sure that David Mueller, his agent, communicated this to him as well. If you win in Green Bay, you're a legend. They name streets after you in Green Bay. So this did send shockwaves throughout the entire National Football League. And again, the prevailing thought was Dallas is going to figure something out. But this is how it broke live on FS1 on Nick Wright's program because they were as dumbfounded as anybody else.
That really happened? This is great.
What happened?
Cowboys trading Micah Parsons to the Packers.
Are you serious? No.
That's what they just said, unless I'm being trolled. Could
The
be
Cowboys are trading all-pro Micah Parsons to the Packers. This guy's so upset.
Oh, no.
And they agreed to a 4-year, $188 million deal, $136 million guaranteed.
Unbelievable.
$47 million per year.
Woo!
Good for him.
This is good for Micah. I am happy for him. Wow.
This is my nightmare.
I love this. Because here, look, Buffalo obviously would have been a great spot for him. As a guy that likes the Ravens, I'm glad he's not in Buffalo. I'm glad he's in the NFC. I think the Packers, wow, this is great for them.
All right, can I ask a question real quick?
Love it.
Are we able to revise our NFC North prediction?
Yeah, I mean, really.
Like,
there's a huge wrench in predictions.
It does put a huge wrench in predictions. Go ahead, Brew.
I had him winning the division.
Mm-hmm.
This could end up revising my Super Bowl pick. We'll see. But, I love this for the Packers. I mean, the question marks outside of if anybody's questioning Jordan Love was the defense. I mean, come on, you got one of arguably the best defenders.
They really, Jerry,
and they already
really
had a good defensive team.
blew this thing up.
It's insane.
Yeah, that's the prevailing thought around the National Football League, that this was something that Dallas was going to figure out. And those two little words you heard from FS1 on Nick Wright's program, Super Bowl. The Packers didn't make this trade to not contend for the Super Bowl. The Packers last year, as we all know, went 1-5 in the division. Now, they were close losses. The Packers had a lot of close losses last season. What would put them over the top? Would maybe getting to the quarterback a little bit more often help put them over the top? Certainly, everybody's got to stay healthy. Micah Parsons has to stay healthy. Jordan Love, who was injured for most of last season, certainly the first half of last season, he's got to stay healthy. I was on a radio station in Washington, D.C. earlier today, and they were giddy because the Cowboys and Micah Parsons don't have to face the Washington Commanders now twice a season, but they do have to face them in week 2. They do have to face them in 13 days, and I would anticipate that Micah Parsons is probably going to have a big role in that game, but they don't have to face him after that, and they certainly don't have to compete with him in the division any longer. So does this make the Packers a Super Bowl contender? Were they a Super Bowl contender without him? I would submit that they were probably on the cusp of being a Super Bowl contender, but maybe are they an elite team? Probably not, based on what we saw last season. You know, you lose to the Eagles. Well, the Eagles won the NFC and eventually wound up, going all the way, winning the Super Bowl. And that's the goal in Green Bay. You don't go to Green Bay. You don't become the general manager of the Green Bay Packers or the head coach of the Green Bay Packers and not have Super Bowl aspirations. That bar was raised 30 years ago, and it's always there. When they have a down season, it's a problem in Green Bay because it's like I was talking about just a minute ago. It is all about ball. It is all about how far can you get in the playoffs, because there's not one owner that you've got to satisfy. There's not one ego. There's not one bank account that you've got to satisfy. Jerry Jones has other businesses. Yes, his main business is the Dallas Cowboys, but he hasn't been running it very well. The Dallas Cowboys haven't gotten to the NFC Championship game in more than a generation. NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, he was as dumbfounded kind of by all of this as well, and he had his thoughts on the breaking news when it happened yesterday as well.
Tom Pelissero here with some breaking news into the NFL Network newsroom. Micah Parsons is a Green Bay Packer. This is not a drill. This is not April Fool's Day. The Dallas Cowboys are pulling off the biggest trade, sending a star player out of Dallas since Herschel Walker in 1989. And Ian Rappaport, Micah Parsons gets his payday in Green Bay.
A blockbuster trade for the Green Bay Packers and the Dallas Cowboys, landing the Packers maybe the best defensive player in the NFL. And the terms and the contract associated are massive. 2 1s go from the Packers to the Dallas Cowboys. Micah Parsons gets a 4-year, $188 million deal. 4 years, $188 million, $47 million per year. That is quarterback money, Tom. This deal done by David Mulugeta and Andre Odom of Athletes First. And this, of course, according to me and you and our good friend Jane Slater. And look, for the Dallas Cowboys, this ends a saga that has been going on for months and months and months. Ever since it became clear that there was nothing going to happen with the Cowboys and Micah Parsons moving forward, called him to a meeting. Jerry Jones tried to negotiate a deal with him. Without his agent, rubbed Parsons the wrong way. Parsons felt like the Cowboys were taking advantage of him. At that point, the relationship was broken. And my understanding is over the course of the past 3 or 4 days, the Cowboys engaged with the Packers. They struck a deal about 2 days ago. And then in secrecy, the Green Bay Packers and David Mulugeta, who's Micah Parsons' agent, who the Cowboys did not negotiate with, struck this deal. Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer. Those are real words, Tom, and that is very, very true.
Very true indeed. And we are waiting Micah Parsons heading to the podium at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. As soon as he does step to the podium, we'll bring it to you live right here on The Game. But it's also interesting to note that Jerry Jones tried to negotiate the contract without the agent, David Mulugeta, and that's not permitted under NFLPA rules. And yes, that rubbed Micah Parsons the wrong way. Of course, it's also not legal. It's also against the rules that were set out in the collective bargaining agreement. So Jerry Jones certainly I would think would have to answer to that at some point. And maybe the biggest comeuppance for Jerry Jones, other than the fact that they've gone more than 30 years without I think it's almost 30, 29 years without going to a Super Bowl, which is a lifetime for almost all of the players in the NFL now. I would think that he would have to answer to that beyond also now being roasted for trading away a generational talent in Micah Parsons that's 26 years old. He's played 4 years in the NFL. My favorite statistic, I've said it probably a half a dozen times or so today, or at least it feels like it. There are two players in NFL history that through the first 4 years of their NFL career have 12 or more quarterback sacks. One of them is Micah Parsons. The other is Reggie White. So then that means, the question is going to be asked, is this as big of an acquisition as Reggie White? Well, that comparison is kind of out there. And Micah Parsons, to his credit, in my opinion, is leaning into it from the standpoint that when he tweeted out or on social media out some of his highlights, kind of touting the fact that, I had a great run in Dallas, but now it's time to go to Green Bay. What were the last frames of that video that his team put out, that he put out on social media? It was of Reggie White. Reggie White came to Green Bay as a free agent, and the economics were a lot different at the time. Reggie White was really the first free agent that hit the open market when that was permitted, and he went on the tour. And there were a number of teams that were interested. The Giants were interested. Cleveland was interested. And certainly the Packers were interested. Detroit was really interested as well. And there's the famous Mike Holmgren saying, leaving a message on his answering machine, because cell phones weren't a thing then, leaving a message on his answering machine saying, Reggie, this is God. God tells you to go to Green Bay. It's a cute little story. But one of the things that Reggie White saw with Mike Holmgren and Ron Wolf is that they were all about ball, and they're trying to turn something around in Green Bay. Reggie White will always stand alone, no matter what happens with Micah Parsons in Green Bay. And I think that everybody that's listening to the sound of my voice right now, unless you're listening in Dallas and you just have some kind of morbid curiosity as to what Micah Parsons might say when he gets to the podium. And so if I'm on in North Texas right now, hi. Reggie White will always stand alone because he made Green Bay not Siberia anymore, because he chose Green Bay. And you have to understand where the Packers were at the time. They were wandering in the wilderness for a couple of decades since the end of the Lombardi era. The 1970s and 1980s were not kind. When Bob Harlan took over in 1989, he signaled, listen, this is not acceptable. We need to turn this around. And, Tom Bratz was the general manager at the time, and they had a good season in 1989 with some players that were going to be cornerstones of the future, most notably Leroy Butler. Don Majkowski was part of that as well. He was kind of the bridge to Favre. And once, Brett Favre kind of took over, that's when things really started to snowball, because he had Mike Holmgren. It was a perfect pairing. But one of the things that drew Reggie White to Green Bay was a game that was played at Milwaukee County Stadium where Reggie sacked Brett, dislocated his shoulder, his left shoulder, not his right shoulder, but still, it was his shoulder. And Brett stayed in the game. Reggie White was, I can play with a guy like that. It always was stuck in the back of his mind. So Reggie White came to Green Bay and really turned the entire franchise around in no small measure. So he will always stand alone. Obviously, getting to Super Bowl 31, winning Super Bowl 31, getting to Super Bowl 32, winning Defensive Player of the Year. He was already in the Hall of Fame. He was one of those guys who's already playing with a gold jacket. And you can't say that about Micah Parsons right now, because he hasn't proven that yet. He's had 4 really, really productive years in Dallas. When Charles Woodson came to Green Bay, he wasn't playing with a gold jacket yet, unlike Reggie White, but what he did in Green Bay put him in Canton. That's the trajectory that Micah Parsons is on right now. He's on a trajectory that if he continues on the path that he's on, he's going to wind up being thought of as one of the greats. But, some of the things that you've heard over the last 24 hours, if you could pick, TJ Watt or Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons, who would you pick right now? The answer to me is easy. It's Micah Parsons, because he's younger than those other two guys. It's Micah Parsons because we don't know what the future holds for him, but we've seen a 4-year sliver of what he can do in the NFL, and he's a game changer and a game wrecker. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do in Green Bay. We're also looking forward to him stepping to the podium at some point as well. And we're going to take a short time out. And when we come back, hopefully Micah Parsons will be ready to meet the Green Bay media. And we will bring that to you live right here on The Game. I'm Doug Russell. This is special coverage of Micah Parsons comes to Green Bay. Stay with us on The Game.
Step into American Place Casino, where the excitement never ends. Located in Waukegan, Illinois, just a short drive from Milwaukee. Over 900 slot machines, your favorite table games, 4 restaurants, live entertainment, and now our brand new poker room. Plus, we're proud to be the friendliest casino around with service that sets us apart. Whether you're here to hit the jackpot, catch a game, or just have an unforgettable night out, American Place Casino has it all. American Place Casino. Closer than you think. Friendlier than you expect. Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling, and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
From playing catch with the kids to carrying your groceries, your shoulders, elbows, wrists, and hands do it all. But when pain limits your motion, it's time to see Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Receive personalized treatment plans to restore your strength and movement. Schedule today at orthowisconsin.com.
At Hazelden Betty Ford, treating mental health isn't just about breaking old patterns. It's about braving new ones. As the leader in alcohol and drug treatment for 75 years, we know caring for addiction, anxiety, depression, and trauma goes hand in hand. We're here for you with new tools when life breaks down at our new clinic in Hudson. Discover your path to better mental health at hazeldenbettyford.org/Hudson. Sponsored by Hazelden Betty Ford Foundation.
You ever hear a deal so good you think, what's the catch?
Yes, when I got a free gym membership, and the catch was I still had to go.
Well, right now, Capital is offering great financing, no catch.
No selling a kidney?
Nope, just easy financing and honest service during Capital Credit Days. Now through October 31st, air conditioners start as low as $65 a month, furnaces only $59 a month, or a complete system only $117 a month.
Capital, where you choose cool or cozy with no catch financing.
Call CapitalCares.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a month in bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Zabe and Butch, weekday mornings after 6 on The Game.
As we continue here on The Game, Micah Parsons Day in Green Bay. We are awaiting the newest member of the Green Bay Packers, the $188 million man. He was supposed to be at the podium about 23 minutes ago. Sometimes these things get delayed. That's why we're here live, and we'll bring it to you just as soon as he steps to the podium. We understood that in the last hour or so, he was undergoing his physical. And assuming that everything went well there, he will be talking to reporters and you guys, if you're listening, very soon. One of the questions that I think is going to be answered in time is, this was a calculated risk for not necessarily for the Packers to a certain extent, yes. But anytime you Parsons was a first-round draft choice, 12th overall 4 years ago by the Dallas Cowboys. You hope that that's the case with Matthew Golden. But there have been other first-round draft choices that have been busts. John Michaels in Packers history, famously. Rich Campbell, Derek Sherrod, Justin Harrell, Eric Stokes more recently. None of these guys panned out. So it is a calculated risk. But it's a risk that I think that the Packers had to take. Now, the question then becomes, if you're Jerry Jones, you've traded away a proven commodity, someone who was an elite player in the National Football League, someone who played one of the most important positions on the field. We know the most important position, obviously, is quarterback. But one of the most important positions, and certainly one of the most important positions on the defense, is getting to the quarterback. And you had a guy who did that better than just about anyone else in the National Football League. And you traded him away. Yeah, you got 2 first-round draft choices back, but if all works out for the Packers, those are going to be draft choices that are going to be late 20s, and ideally 31 or 32. Ideally 32. Because that will have meant that the Packers won the Super Bowl, and they will convey those draft choices to the Dallas Cowboys. You also give up Kenny Clark, and that's significant, but Kenny Clark's going into his 10th NFL season. Kenny Clark has no one to apologize to for his career in Green Bay. Locker room leader, performer on the field, did everything that you possibly could have imagined that you would have wanted from a player that also was a first-round draft choice, albeit a decade ago. And the Packers have always held true that they would rather get rid of a player too early than too late, because once you're stuck with a guy and it's too late, and maybe that's how they feel about a guy like, for example, a Jair Alexander, also famously a first-round draft choice, who when he was on the field was great, but he wasn't just wasn't on the field very often. Now he's entering his 8th NFL season, and we'll see if he has any kind of impact for the rest of his NFL career. I have my doubts about that. Kenny Clark, I think, is going to be a really good player for a couple of more years. But if I had to place a bet as to who's going to have more years ahead of them in the National Football League, Micah Parsons or Kenny Clark, I'm going with Parsons, 6 years younger. There are no guarantees, though. Jerry Jones was asked last night, because there's never been a television camera that he can avoid talking into. So he held a news conference Last night, when the news broke, he was sitting alongside his son and team COO, I think his title is, Stephen Jones. Jerry Jones, the star of the show, as he always is, was asked about, how did this all happen and why did you trade number 11?
He's a great player. And so we are very appreciative of the fact that he's a great player. There's no question that I could have signed him in April. And so we all know that to have agreements, all parties have to agree. But this was by design. I did make Mike an offer. It wasn't acceptable, and I honor the fact that it wasn't done in the way that he wanted to do it through an agent. The facts are, specifically, we need to stop the run. And we haven't been able to stop the run at key times for several years. And when you have the kind of extraordinary pass rush that Michael had, then the way to mitigate that pass rush is to run at you. If the pass rush doesn't get you ahead pretty big time, and you're playing even or behind, then you've really got a problem in stopping the run.
The thing about the Cowboys is they've been very good, just not in the playoffs. And you can say the same thing to a certain extent about the Packers over the last several years. They've been great when it doesn't matter as much, but when January rolls around, they don't have the success. And I think that was one of the reasons. And I'd be interested to see if there's any kind of relationship between Mike McCarthy and Micah Parsons, and whether or not Micah Parsons talked to his former head coach. Because while things didn't work out for Mike McCarthy, I mean, he was there for 13 years, won a Super Bowl there. At the end, he's fired with 4 games left in the 2018 season. But still, Mike McCarthy has always had great feelings about everything except for maybe the end in Green Bay. Still has a house in Green Bay. So I don't know if Micah Parsons had a chance to talk to Mike McCarthy. I don't know what their relationship is as we await still. Now we're going on 31 minutes past when he was supposed to arrive at the podium. Hopefully that will be taken care of sooner rather than later, and we'll hear from the newest member of the Green Bay Packers. But I'd be interested to hear exactly what that relationship is, and if Mike McCarthy not had to sell him on it, but just kind of, hey, what do you think? Because that McCarthy would say great things about the organization, the fans certainly, and what the city of Green Bay meant to him as well. So I think universally this is being looked at as a positive for the Packers. But, if you're looking for something to poke some holes into, well, was this the trade that everyone is kind of making it out to be? This is from J.R. Radcliffe from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. He was writing that ESPN at least gives some caution for Packers fans. Bill Barnwell of ESPN tried to summarize what it meant for both sides. He asked the question, is this a steal for the Packers? And Barnwell wrote, and again, aggregating from J.R. Radcliffe in the Journal-Sentinel, quote, not necessarily. Nothing seems more fun for fans than trading picks that represent unknown players for guys who are stars right now. But those recent trades involving multiple first-round picks have a very mixed success rate. Jalen Ramsey won a Super Bowl with the Rams, which helps make that one a victory, but he was gone after 4 years for a third-round pick, and Hunter Long. Khalil Mack lasted 4 years in Chicago, and after a first-team All-Pro nod in his debut season, he really wasn't the same again. If you're looking for caution, I suppose Khalil Mack is that guy, because Khalil Mack, another guy that the Packers were in on, another guy that the Packers wanted to trade for, that was another swing that Brian Gutekunst had made that didn't connect. It didn't work out for the Bears. Didn't necessarily work out for Khalil Mack. That's the risk that you run. And Khalil Mack was a game wrecker earlier in his career. Not necessarily the same when he went to Chicago. Barnwell went on to write, It's an incredible amount of resources to pour into one player. In terms of their broader roster construction, though, you can understand why the Packers would believe that they're in a position to make this sort of plunge. Gutekunst has done an excellent job of building through the draft and creating a roster that generates plenty of surplus value from players on rookie deals. The Packers are very disciplined, and as we've seen, they are more than comfortable moving on from players when Gutekunst believes they're no longer producing what their salaries would suggest. I think Jair Alexander's probably maybe the best example of that. Barnwell went on to say, what Green Bay doesn't have, though, is star power. Not wrong there. Gutekunst has hit a lot of singles and doubles, but there's still plenty of time left to evaluate many of the players on his roster. But the Packers didn't have many players who projected to be among the best at their position in 2025. That's an important thing to note here, because the splashes that Green Bay made a year ago in free agency, specifically with Xavier McKinney and Josh Jacobs reuniting, former college teammates at Alabama here in Green Bay. Jacobs coming from Las Vegas, McKinney coming from New York. That helped change kind of maybe the narrative around the Packers a little bit. Maybe that helped change. Well, the Packers don't necessarily go out and they make big swings because they haven't done that really since Charles Woodson or Julius Peppers. I think more Woodson. I don't know, because Woodson, the only other team that really was interested in him at all was Tampa Bay. And he got by far the best deal in Green Bay. He kept going back to his agent saying, is this team or that team? What about the Giants? What about, what about the Chargers? What about, and what about the Cowboys? Kept asking about these other quote unquote bigger teams. What about Miami? Nobody wanted Charles Woodson. Ron Wolf wanted Charles Woodson. Ted Thompson, Ron Wolf was gone by then. Ted Thompson wanted Charles Woodson. And Ted kept going back to Charles Woodson's agent, saying, yeah, any word on Charles? And then Charles came here and had a renaissance of his career. And as I said earlier in the hour, that's what helped catapult him to being a first ballot Hall of Famer. Won a Defensive Player of the Year award in Green Bay. Won his only Super Bowl in Green Bay. And we all remember, of course, him getting injured at the end of the first half, Super Bowl 45 at AT&T Stadium, then Cowboys Stadium, but being the heart and soul of that team and a locker room leader. And I think the Packers have a couple of locker room leaders. But what Bill Barnwell writes, it's well taken. The Packers don't have that many guys that you look at and say he's the best at his position. The last guy that they had that was the best at his position was Aaron Rodgers. And that was, he won back-to-back MVP awards in that not too distant past. But again, time marches on for everyone. And eventually the Packers had to make a decision. Aaron Rodgers still wanted to play. They trade him to the Jets. That didn't work out there. We'll see what happens with him in Pittsburgh this year. But they had Jordan Love waiting in the wings, and they believed that they had that player, that next great quarterback in that lineage of Favre, Rodgers, now hopefully Jordan Love. And you can even extrapolate it out to the guy that I mentioned a few minutes ago, Don Majkowski. Don Majkowski kind of started that trajectory up, because you go from Randy Wright, with all due respect to the former Wisconsin Badger, but you go from Randy Wright to Don Majkowski, who came in second in an MVP balloting in 1989, second to Joe Montana, kind of raised that bar. But he had injury issues. You bring in Brett Favre. He wins 3 MVP awards. The next guy wins 4 MVP awards. It's a high bar for anybody to match, but the Packers really believe in Jordan Love. And we saw at the end of the 2023 season, the second half of the 2023 season, that Jordan Love was someone who could be considered to be that upper echelon quarterback. That's why they gave him $55 million a year. That's why they paid him more than any other player in NFL history when they signed him to that deal. Because we saw that the second half of the 2023 season, he was as good as, if not better than any other, not just quarterback, any other player in the National Football League. Regressed a little bit last year for a couple of different reasons. I think wide receivers didn't necessarily help him. Maybe we'll see Matthew Golden, who looks phenomenal in every single route that he runs at Ray Nitschke Field, and the limited routes that we saw him run, just a couple of them in the preseason. Looks like he can catch anything. He's got speed to burn and maybe the best hands on the roster. And if they can build that rapport and be what Packers fans hope that first-round draft choice promise is going to be, because they have whiffed on a couple of guys over the years in the first round, as we talked about, but every team does. I'm not picking on the Packers. Every team whiffs on first-rounders, but they haven't had a first-round wide receiver in a long time. Matthew Golden maybe could be considered one of the upper echelon wide receivers. The last upper echelon wide receiver thought of as the best, or at least elite at his position, was Devontae Adams. And that was several years ago as well. But Jordan Love, I think, struggled last season for a couple of different reasons. The biggest reason that he struggled wasn't necessarily the wide receivers. I think the biggest reason that he struggled in the first half of last season, because he was playing hurt after he hurt his knee at the end of week 1's game in Sao Paulo against the Philadelphia Eagles. You look at his splits first half to second half of last season, he took care of the ball infinitely better in the second half of the season. First half of the season, threw a few more interceptions. I think part of that was he was just trying to make plays, because he was trying to do that with his arm because his legs wouldn't allow him to do it. He comes off the bye week. The Packers come off the bye week, and Jordan Love all of a sudden is so much better than what he was in the first half. But you have to look at it overall. He's been a second half player. He was the Toyotathon player. Remember that whole thing? When Toyotathon is going on, that's when Jordan Love is at his best. Second half of the season. You want him to put it together for a full 17-game regular season, and then on through January, and then ultimately on through February as well. All right, we're going to take another short break. We are still awaiting the newest member of the Green Bay Packers, Micah Parsons. Hopefully we will hear from him sooner rather than later, as the Packers are getting ready to unveil their shiny new classic, is what we all hope Micah Parsons is going to be, the next great Green Bay Packer. As soon as he steps to the podium, we will bring it to you live right here on The Game. I'm Doug Russell. This is special coverage, and it continues here on the Game Radio Network.
Now, here's traffic from Tri-City National Bank, your hometown bank. Call the Tri-City Total Traffic Tip Line at 414-944-5111.
Crash cleanup continuing southbound on 894 at Lincoln Ave. It's off to the right shoulder, not causing a delay. Your only real delay is northbound on 4145 between North Avenue and Burleigh. I'm Kevin Henry. That's your latest total traffic.
This report is sponsored by Take 5 Oil Change. Time to get that oil changed? Take 5 Oil Change gets you in and out in just 10 minutes. No appointments, no waiting room. Just drive in when it works for you. Take 5 Oil Change. The stay in your car 10-minute oil change.
You work hard to provide for yourself and your family, and that's why identity theft is so scary. Not only does it pose a threat to your financial well-being, everything you've worked so hard for, but it's also a danger to your family. Even children can be victims. It's not their money thieves go after, obviously, but their social security number. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity is stolen, LifeLock will fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Act now and save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
Pull up to Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee and shoot your shot at big wins for Sweet Ticket September. Play with your rewards card for entries. Score triple on Drawing Thursday. Win slam dunk prizes like cash, reward play, and tickets to see the Milwaukee Bucks in action. Sweet Ticket September. You ready for this? Only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Looking to remodel your bathroom? Trust Bath Fitter to handle it all. From design to manufacturing to installation, their trained professionals handle the entire process. No subcontractors needed. With over 40 years of experience, Bath Fitter delivers quality that's built to last. Right now, take advantage of 0% financing until 2030, or save up to $1,200 on your remodel. Call Bath Fitter at 262-935-4925 today.
People can't stop screaming about Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza. And no wonder. There's plenty to scream about, like the buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe tomato sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's frozen aisle and find out for yourself why Sport called Screamin' Sicilian Holy Pepperoni Frozen Pizza the best of the best. Screamin' Sicilian. Taste what all the screaming is about.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Looking for something new? Try fencing, the Olympic and Paralympic sport that mixes speed, strategy, and fun. It's like chess meets cardio. Quick feet, quick decisions, and a satisfying beat when you score a point. Kids, teens, and adults can start anytime. No experience needed, and many clubs have loaner gear. Coaches teach fundamentals and safety from day one. Find a beginner class near you at usafencing.org/tryfencing. That's usafencing.org/tryfencing.
The Fox 6 weather experts are presented by AdventKnows.com.
We've had a few rain showers this afternoon, and we could see a few more scattered showers this evening before they come to an end overnight. Temperatures dropping through the 50s. Some morning clouds on Saturday, otherwise partly sunny with highs in the low 70s. I'm Fox 6 Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks.
This report is sponsored by the International Hot Rod Association.
The International Hot Rod Association and Durana Hybrid, where horsepower meets hard work, reigniting the spirit of racing and the power of skilled trades, mentorship, education, legacy. Fuels the future on the track and in the trades. Get your tickets now at ihra.com.
Exclusive coverage of your favorite teams. Exclusive videos from your favorite game personalities.
I am a follower.
Content you can't get anywhere else. 97.3 The Game on Instagram. Snip the love. Waits. Still looking. Throws right side over the shoulder. Game three. Touchdown. Green Bay Packers. Here's the snap to Jordan Love. Fires right side. Got his man. Leaping end zone. Touchdown. Romeo does. And they embrace him in the right corner of the end zone. Under pressure, Love looks, beats it down the right side, making it just out, catching it as down, tiptoes into the end zone. A sensational touchdown.
The great Wayne Larrabee on the Packers Radio Network. Welcome back in. Our live coverage of the introduction of Micah Parsons continues. We are now 45 minutes beyond when we were told that he would be addressing the local media.
You said that somewhat sarcastically, Doug.
Well, you wonder what's here's what I imagine is going on right now. It's a negotiation. It's the final negotiation. And it's not with the Packers. It's with Jaden Reed for number 11.
Oh.
That's my guess. I don't know. We'll find out. Because they want to get the uniform, but it's occupied right now. And it's occupied by a pretty important player.
You're saying this has nothing to do with the physical, right?
I hope not.
I hope they give him the Ron Wolf treatment if that's the case. Nope, pass him, please.
Yeah, no, let's go. Let's do this. We are all awaiting to hear from Micah Parsons, and as soon as we have something for you, we'll bring it to you live right here on The Game. Doug Russell with you, and of course, we've got Andrew Lugwood on the other side of the glass. It's been a long day for Luddy, so yeoman's work over there on the other side.
Designated nap time in. I'm good.
That's good. Excellent. Going through what some of the other folks are saying about Micah Parsons. CBS said the Packers got, quote, this generation's Reggie White, and gave the Packers an A+. I think it's too early to say that at this point. I think it could be this generation's Reggie White. I guess that would be the best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
Charles Woodson has been thought of as his generation's Reggie White because the trajectory, you star for another team, in Charles's case, the Raiders, and ultimately went back to the Raiders to finish out his career. Yeah. Comes to Green Bay, wins the Defensive Player of the Year, helps elevate the Packers to a Super Bowl.
Reggie White and Micah Parsons are two different kinds of players. Reggie White would more or less just overpower you as a defensive end. Micah Parsons is going to go around you, through you, around you again. but he also can play linebacker.
Yeah.
Reggie also could play interior defensive line.
True.
So while they're both different players, they both are incredibly versatile in their roles as defensive ends.
And one of them wound up in Canton, and the other one is on an early trajectory
track, very much,
to get there as well. So Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports called the move, quote, malpractice for the Cowboys. And I can't say that I necessarily disagree with that.
No.
This is what he wrote at CBSSports.com. Quote, there really isn't any other grade to give the Packers here. Green Bay landed a generational pass rusher who isn't even close to entering his prime, all for 2 first-round picks and star nose tackle Kenny Clark. Sure, Dallas got a haul, but what Green Bay got in return is more significant. Green Bay essentially got Reggie White again, only this time the Packers didn't have to outbid several teams in free agency to do so. No, they didn't, but they also, when they got Reggie White, didn't have to convey any players to the Philadelphia Eagles at the time as well. It was just, they had
a couple dinners at Red Lobster.
Just a couple of dinners at Red Lobster. And, you know, at the time, I know the finances are different because
I've heard
Micah Parsons is going to average more than twice what Reggie made in his entire contract with the Packers. But I mean, bringing back Kenny Clark would have been great. But in order to get quality, you have to give quality. And have those first-round picks in the next couple of years would have been great.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if you have the choice to get someone for at least the next 4 years who's only 26 and is going to be 26 until next May, entering that prime, you have to do it.
You missed 2 guys earlier when you were mentioning your first round not so great Packers, Ahmad Carroll and Jamal Reynolds.
Yeah, I mean, the list goes on. And
I know.
I don't want it to be like I'm just picking on the Packers first round whiffs, because every team, all 32 teams have first round whiffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unique to anybody. It's just part of doing business in the National Football League. My point by saying that is there are no guarantees. There's no guarantee that when you draft somebody and all of your scouts are in agreement that this is the guy, sometimes it doesn't work out.
I mean, you kind of got to hear Gutekunst and then Matt LaFleur say, oh, we were at his pro day and all it took was 2 or 3 snaps and you realized this guy was going to be something special.
Yeah.
But yet he still lasted till 12.
Sure. Giannis lasted till what, 15?
And thankfully the Hawks were not ahead of us because he would have been an Atlanta Hawk.
He would have been, or I think the Raptors wanted him too. They were in on him.
Nope, too late.
I mean, Aaron Rodgers lasted until number 24.
Right.
Tom Brady lasted to 199.
Yeah.
So guys mature and matriculate at a different level. And coming out of Penn State, you knew that Micah Parsons, listen, if you're a Wisconsin Badgers fan, you saw him play against Wisconsin. You knew about this guy. He's not a mystery.
No.
So I don't think that there's that much of an unknown quantity with him. But again, there are no guarantees. NFL.com highlights winners and losers. Kevin Patra's winners from the deal. Number 1, the Packers Super Bowl hopes. Parsons himself and Packers defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley. The losers were mostly on the Dallas side of the coin, but not all of them. He also mentioned as a loser Lucas Van Ness, which I think is interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Because it is going to cut down on the number of snaps that Lucas Van Ness gets at that position.
But he's going to be a rotational player like he was in college.
Yes.
At one of the end positions.
Yes. And maybe that takes some of the pressure off of Lucas Van Ness, because he's another one of those first round picks that so far hasn't lived up to being a first round pick.
Yeah.
He hasn't. I'm not ready to write him off as, the next Derek Sherrod. I'm not ready to do that.
Or Derek Sherrod had a terrible leg injury, though.
A terrible leg injury, but even when he was in there, he wasn't good. Justin Harrell, another guy that just was a first round pick that was more questioned at the time than anything else, but obviously didn't work out. Tony Mandarich is a famous example of a guy who had all the hype in the world that every general manager in the world would have taken.
Yeah.
But just didn't pan out, just didn't work out. I mentioned Rich Campbell before. He was the 5th overall pick.
He was 5th?
Yeah.
Tug.
He was 5th in the draft.
Okay.
And we all know, if you're of a certain age, what happened with that. It was just an absolute abject 150% bust.
Larry McCarron said it, I think it was during the Packers 100-year documentary, the 10 different episodes, he said it about Rich Campbell. At no point did they ever go, oh, man, Rich had a day today. It was always average or below average.
Yeah. So with the draft choices, yeah, you'd love to have them, but I mean, what can you do? Petra also wrote, snaps have to come from somewhere. While the staff will say the right things about there being enough plays to go around, it's likely the third-year pro will see his opportunities get sliced, talking about Van Ness. The former first-round pick has gotten off to a slow start to his career in 34 games over his first 2 seasons. He's compiled 7 sacks. The Packers just added a player who had 11 sacks in the final 9 games of last season. Van Ness has shown some improvements this offseason, but not enough to make Green Bay comfortable heading into a season without an upgrade. Adding a pass rusher was always a need. Gutekunst didn't just add an ancillary veteran. He got a perennial Pro Bowler. Short-term, Van Ness will have fewer opportunities. With both Gary and Parsons already paid big deals, his chances of sticking around Green Bay on a big second contract took a massive hit as well. As far as Lucas Van Ness and him getting a second contract at all with the Packers, I think that was in question. Maybe it's less of a question now because the price might come down a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely is hurting his pocketbook more than anything, for sure.
Definitely. All right, as we inch toward the top of the hour, we're inching toward Micah Parsons, hopefully, gracing us with his presence. We're coming up on an hour past when he was supposed to be here, but hopefully we will get that to you as soon as possible, as expeditiously as possible. We're going to step away for the top of the hour, and we will come back on the other side. Hopefully, I don't know who gets number 11. Does Jaden Reed keep it, or does he convey it over to the new guy?
Break.
Okay, all right, we'll do that. I think I'll tell you after the break. And hopefully we'll hear from number 11, Ron Burgundy. Is that with a question mark? Our live coverage continues. Doug Russell in, Buddy on the other side of the glass, helping us out. Hopefully we'll hear from the newest Green Bay Packers sooner rather than later. Stay with us. It's the game.
Guys, what's going on? Tim Allen, Brewers, best record in the NL against the Blue Jays, best record in the AL. World Series preview. Game 1 after the last pitch, make the switch. Post-game show with Potawatomi Sportsbook here on The Game.
What's up? It's Russell Nicolay with Nicolay Law. You're listening to 97.3 The Game, the #1 sports talk station in Milwaukee. For award-winning injury lawyers, when you're injured, you call Nicolay Law or visit us at nicolaylaw.com. Get the beard, get the win.
Save big money on your post-frame building at Menards. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-frame buildings. Whether it's for protecting equipment or you just need a place to keep your toys, Menards has the building that's right for you. Get a free estimate fast, in-store or on menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
After a crash with a semi-truck, everything can change instantly. At Gruber Law Offices, we have the knowledge and experience to make sure you're protected. And we're here to help whenever you need us. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Brother man, you ever get the Sunday scaries?
Sunday scaries?
Yeah, you stay up half the night on Sunday because you're worried about the upcoming week.
I used to, but not anymore. Not now that I found Happy Place Hemp Delta 8 gummies. I take one about an hour before bedtime and I sleep like a baby. But I'm not the only one. One smart, good-looking listener texted us and said they started taking the gummies for their anxiety. Now they're more relaxed. They get a good night's sleep. No more tossing and turning.
And now listeners can go to happyplacehemp.com, use the promo code DrewKB, and get 25% off their order. Can't beat that with a stick.
Happyplacehemp.com, promo code DrewKB.
WRNW Milwaukee, available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting. 97.3 The Game, an iHeartRadio station.
Jason, what are you singing?
Working on a new jingle to promote Capital's $49 drain clearing. When your sink fills up with gunk, don't stress, don't whine. It's only $49.
Don't take this the wrong way, man, but I'd stick to plumbing, heating, and cooling if I were you.
That's fair, but people need to know that we clear clogs for only $49.
Fine, but I would have rhymed gunk with junk. It's so obvious.
Call CapitalCares.com.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying.
From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Make 97.3 The Game your number one preset on our free iHeartRadio app. Powered by Gruber Law.
One call, that's all.
Injured?
Remember, one call, that's all.
Doug Russell back with you here at the Game Radio Network. It took a little while for Micah Parsons to head to the podium, but finally he is ready to meet with the assembled media at 1265 Lombardi Avenue. Let's go live to Green Bay and the newest member of the Green Bay Packers, Micah Parsons.
Has it sunk in yet that you're with a different team?
Yeah, man. I think it sunk in a little bit for me yesterday when I was going a little crazy with the fan, but just being in here and taking in just the facilities and everything and the welcome, I think I'm pretty honed in and really know what I'm about and pretty aware of everything.
Got a number picked out yet?
Yeah, number one. Number one. I'm going with number one.
Could you just, over the past few days, what's this process been like for you? And when did you kind of realize I'm going to be a Packer?
Yeah, once I found out about, the agreement and came down to negotiations, at first it was like, obviously like anyone, I got kids, I got, a house, I got family that all moved down for me. And it's a change, right? And I had to sit down and talk to my family about this potential opportunity. And that's when, I got the chance to speak, with some other guys and faculty about what it could be like if I decided to come here. And, once I got that comfort zone and they said, and, I got to talk to Rashid a little bit, that's my guy from Penn State, came in together. This is like, it's like Penn State, like it's like home, like this is like a brotherhood, like it's safe. You focus on ball and, we keep everything the right thing. It kind of gave me comfort and it kind of gave me a better decision. Like, okay, this is the place where I feel like I can take my next step and continue to have a great legacy here.
Like, did you have any say in where you could go or where you might go?
Nah, I didn't have any say. It was just, I would say I'm pretty lucky because I understand the rich history of the Packers and the fact that they had interest in me and understand that they had a pretty tough team already in the NFC, and I was pretty much geared up, ready to play them, looking for revenge. But now I'm on the other side of adding to this rich history and being able to play with these guys and suit up and, play. I'm very excited.
Where are you at physically, and what's a reasonable expectation for what you can do next Sunday?
Well, I'm going to talk. I think physically, I'm great. I think I can contribute a lot. I'm going to team up with the doctors, creating a plan. We already talked about how we can ramp things up and get me into a flow where they feel comfortable and I feel comfortable. But, my plan is to be here. They didn't give up what they gave up for me to sit on the sidelines and make this big of a, risk and change for me to do that. So I'm finna give my all.
Michael, what's your relationship like with Jordan Love? And was the podcast the only time you tried to recruit you here?
Oh man, I don't think it was ever like a serious conversation because even me, like many of us, I never thought I'd be traded. But that's the harsh reality. But me and Jordan, we're super close. I would say, obviously having the same agent. Me and Jordan been together in Dubai, and I mean through the podcast, Super Bowl weekends. So we got a very good relationship. He's somebody I know that we're very competitive when we're around each other. So I know what type of quarterback he is. I'm very fond of Jordan too, just about the quarterback he is and what he can be and how he just keeps getting better.
You said you never expected to be traded. How does it feel now to be in this position?
Honestly, everything happens for a reason. It's a blessing in disguise. I may not have that answer for you yet, but I'm gonna figure it out, and I'm gonna work hard every day to prove that the Packers organization made the right decision and trusted me, and I'm gonna carry that with me.
There's something that you and Jordan also have in common besides the agent. You guys have both had success in this league and are still kind of looking for that ultimate prize. You got to see this team up close a couple of years ago. How much are you just anticipating the opportunity to win here, and how much is that on your mind?
Oh man, winning is everything to me. I don't think you're going to find a more competitive person on the team or anywhere in NFL when it comes to anything we do. We could go out shoot hoops. We could go out there and throw a baseball, see who could throw the hardest, whether it's miles per hour. We could go run 40-yard sprints. I'll wait till you get tired if you're faster than me. I don't think you're going to find someone that's more competitive. So when you talk about winning and the stage of what it takes, I haven't been there, and I don't know what it takes, but I got a funny feeling that, a lot of this history, this program does. They went further than us, and obviously they had a big win against us, and I trust Coach LaFleur. And, I really feel like, we can do it. And like I said, I really want to win real bad.
What have your conversations been like with Hafley, and what's the plan look like for the next week to get up to speed in the defense?
I'm going to meet with him Monday. Actually, we're going to meet a little bit when I come in on Sunday. Obviously, get a little bit ready. But, he says he got a lot planned for me. I don't know what the scheme look like. I just got my iPad today. So I'm going to look over it. And I'm super excited, man. I know about his creativity. I heard a lot. Obviously, I don't watch their defense a lot. But, I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to get better and, be a dominant player for him.
Mike, in your social media video after the trade, you had some Reggie White clips interspersed into it. A, why was that important to you? But B, is that the kind of guy that you're chasing to be I mean, obviously you're all pro, but a legendary Super Bowl winning, all-timer kind of guy? Yeah,
100%, bro. Reggie is like one of the GOATs. I mean, I'm just looking at his stats, and the fact he had like 70 sacks in like 5 years is just like outrageous to me. And this guy's just like this freak. And, I didn't even know. I just learned more history about him today, just about how he's the first free agent and how he came here and won championships. And yeah, people make the comparisons, but I just looked at him like somebody who won. He came here. He can do that. I think I can do that too. I think I can do anything I put my mind to. I looked on that wall and I saw Brett Favre. I saw Reggie. I saw all those legends. And I was like, I got to be there. And, you go near the draft room and they're all having their hands up and they having that moment. I'm looking for that moment. And, I'm going to take advantage of this moment and maximize it to reach that moment.
Micah, do you have a preference in how you're used? You were used differently in Dan Quinn's, defense than you were in Zimmer's, where you were just had your hand down a lot. Do you have a preference you like to move around?
Yeah, I love to move around. I think that creates the matchups that we like. Because let's be honest, man, it's hard to get to the quarterback in this league. And you got to run favorable matchups. So when I get that opportunity of not getting double teamed, I got to win that matchup and I got to take advantage of that and get pressure on the quarterback. Or else, it's kind of easy for a team to kind of program, say, hey, he's always going to be a left side. So that's why I like to alternate. I like to go, sometimes I want to be on the right side. Sometimes I want to be on the left side. I just try to maximize my game so that way I can't be limited or schemed against. So, I pretty much I'm cool to drop, show up, come in over the A gaps, come over the B gaps. So I'm really valuable in every which way. I think I can win at any spot on the field. It's just about, am I going to be put there? And, that's the type of guy he has.
Mike, I think we all saw the video of you and your mom kind of sharing that moment. Can you just bring me through what that meant for you, especially, everything you already
able to accomplish?
Yeah, so my mom, she's probably the hardest working person I ever met in my life, and it's hard for people to even compare. Just seeing how I grew up, seeing all her work, her struggles, and obviously we had a conversation when I was a rookie, but I was like, money don't last long. Let me see if we get to the next one, because that's the most important one. Because she was like, I don't want you to be dependent on you. I'm gonna kind of wait until see how you do. And even now, I say, you can stop now. She's like, nah, I want to finish my years. Like, you gotta understand the type of person he is. So just to take that relief off her shoulders and say, you can stop putting your years in. And I seen her work since I was a boy. So that's 26 years and beyond that, because my brother's 30, working 3 jobs, 2 jobs. Now she can just chill out for a while. And I told her, before, I was like, because she was like, I can help you with your kids. I was like, you just want to travel a little bit first, like see the world, like see some of the things that God gave us. And she's like, I might do a little bit, but I'm happiest when I'm around y'all. I was like, you sure you want to live with me? And like you want to be around me? Like you want to go off to Tampa somewhere, get on the beach? Like you like water? Like you want to do something like that? She's like, nah, I want to be around. So that's the type of person she is. She just loves to be a grandmother. She loves to be a mom. She's a hardworking person. So the fact that I could make her emotional and throughout this process, she was worried about me. She was scared for me. So now that she's worry free, that means a lot to me.
After the playoff game against Green Bay, I remember your comments about it seemed like you were impressed by Jordan Love and the game plan that they had for you in that game. So even though this has been something you could have never predicted, weeks ago, is this sort of in the back of your mind, like that could be a destination for me?
Yeah, now I look at it just like, I kind of already knew how the offense was. I think LaFleur is one of the best, coaches in the game. Just seeing how he schemed against me, how his plan was, how he dialed everything up. And you would say, and they had like a stat. I'm a football junkie too. How Golden's like the first receiver they took in the first round. So you look at what they had around. It's not like they were drafting Julio Joneses or Odell Beckham Juniors or Amari Coopers, and how they're getting creative and getting guys open and beating coverages, and that just shows a lot about Jordan's intelligence. Whether his pre-snap reads, coming out post-snap reads. So I kind of knew what it was like. When I was like, all right, this is a guy I could be playing with. So it kind of made me excited because I know if they score points, I get to rush a little bit more.
Did you have that sweater before you got traded here?
Yeah, I had this for a while. I don't buy clothes no more, so it's kind of like Adidas or whatever's in the closet.
Mike, how do you feel about the buzz? Like, have you run into any fans as of yet, or just seen stuff on social media, like basically saying, hey, this might be the missing piece to where these guys want to go, all that stuff?
Yeah, like when I'm like you guys, like when it came out that I possibly was going to get traded, I was kind of like, and I'm right on socials like you guys, and I'm like, man, then I see Packer Nation kind of going like crazy, and like I never really knew how crazy the fan base was, and like how excited this fan base gets. Obviously, I played here before, but you don't really take it in, especially with Dallas fan base. They're pretty intense too, but just seeing the fan base and how they're like all encouragement and excited, and they couldn't wait to have me here. That means a lot. I carry that on my shoulder too. Like, this isn't just for me. Then understanding the history about no owner and how this is all fan and everything gets poured back into this, that means so much. So, I'm gonna carry that, and I know they're part of the 111th now too.
You mentioned seeing that wall of legends outside the locker room. What have you been able to see since you landed here today? And what's been your first impression being here?
Honestly, I don't know what to expect. I never had seen anything outside of Dallas. And, Dallas is pretty nice itself. And I'm looking around like, whoa, this is nice as it gets. And I'm super impressed by the facilities, the lunchrooms, the meals they prep for us, the training staff, the dietitians, everything that they're offering. As a player, I feel like there's no reason to look for anything outside the building, and that's you can't say that about a lot of places. You talk to a lot of guys around, they feel like they have to bring in chefs or things like that. No, these guys, they literally pouring everything into this building, and that means a lot. So I'm very impressed, and I'm excited to get to work.
And Mike, going back to LaFleur and to your competitiveness,
he was telling us earlier that you made a pretty big impression on him at the Pro Bowl, being as competitive as you are and everyone else kind of maybe taking it easy. How did that go over with the other players? And did you realize the impression you were making on Matt when you were being that way?
Nah, I don't realize it because I'm just myself. You'll realize as I'm here, I'm probably one of the most authentic person you meet. I'm going to say things I probably shouldn't say off emotion, and that's just me. I'm going to do as I like because that's just me. All I know is go, and I don't feel like if I feel like you can't be around me because you're not on go too, we probably shouldn't be friends or probably be in the same room. So I just don't be around you. So I think in terms of all our twisted minds of being elite competitors and a guy that's like, well, this is I grew up, watching Sean Taylor in the Pro Bowls, and I'm like, we're in pads, it's best on best. Let me see what I can do a little bit, So that's how I take advantage. So all I know is go. So if he likes that, that means we're just one of the same, and that's a good thing. That's kind of what I figured of him, and that's why I got a pretty high standard about him.
A few games before this, but you're going to be going back to Dallas pretty soon. Just how do you envision kind of that return, what that's going to be like?
Well, obviously Dallas got to do what they got to do to get to week 4. We got to do what we got to do. I see no easy games. I see the Lions first on Sunday, what I got to try to get ready for it. And I see the Commanders on Thursday night. So I see 2 games that got some of the most, elite offenses in the NFL before we get to Dallas, which I know is another elite offense after seeing them all in camp with CD and Pickens. So, I got to focus on that one first. But when it comes to week 4, we'll be ready. And, we're going to prepare the same way we had the previous weeks.
You've made a few statements, but, through this last 4 or 5 months, is there anything you want to say to your Cowboy fans today that, here you are, this is your next chapter?
Yeah. To Cowboy Nation, really just thank you. Like, I don't think people realize, I'm a very simple man. It's all about principle with me, and it's all about, the love and authenticity. And, for me, just a kid I never left Pennsylvania pretty much until I got drafted. I was a Harrisburg, Pennsylvania guy to Penn State. And the moment I got drafted, I had a second home, and they welcomed me. They opened their hearts out to me. They poured into me. That fan base is one-on-one. So thank you to the fan base. Thank you to all the players that I play with. I'm going to miss my dog 7. That's like a brother to me. There's a lot of people that I got close relationships with over there, and I'm going to miss them regardless. Overshown. That kind of like really you don't realize how people, and I told Overshown this, like you don't realize the impact people have when you see their determination, the resilience, the keep getting back up factors. And these are both guys who had knee injuries, and I saw that just work so hard, and you just want to pour back into them. So, I wish, things didn't have to be like this, but, I'm happy for this opportunity. I'm happy to be here, and, I'm ready to win some games.
Mike, did you talk to before you left? Did you talk to Jerry, Steven? Did they tell you that you were being traded, or was it all through David?
It was pretty much all through David. You know what I mean?
Mike, you said that you're a football junkie. 2 first-round picks, a premium player, a huge contract that comes across on that trade. What type of expectations come along with that for you?
Yo, I'm not even gonna lie. There is a lot of expectations, and I'll be a fool to not think that there isn't expectations or there isn't pressure in the position that I'm stepping into. But then again, that's a blessing in itself. That means that they believed in me that much to put that much. They believe I'm that much of a future in this organization, and they showed that in every which way. So that just alone just shows me the type of person I need to be in this building every day. And I'm very determined. I would say these last 4 months have been probably the hardest 4 months of my life. And, my family's saying you're acting different, because it's hard. When you're the soldier of the family, it's hard to say when you're unsure yourself. It's easy when, you could just go to the store and buy the groceries and know there's going to be food on the table. But if you can't go to the store, how's there going to be food on the table? And that's kind of how I felt. So, but during this time, it just made me stronger. It made me more mentally stronger that I can get through anything. And it just showed me that, whatever happens, you can't really control it, and that all you can do control is every day. So when y'all say, how do you feel physically? I was working every day, pushing myself. Even when I couldn't be out there, I had to do it on my own. And I took that at my own right to say I was going to do that. And I pushed myself every day. And so I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be here to win games. And I'm going to push these guys to do what we have to do to prove this organization was right about me.
Your dad did a TV interview yesterday, and he talked about your history with the Harrisburg Packers. Can you take us through that?
Yeah, man. So growing up, I started off as a Harrisburg Packer. And, it's kind of like, man, like, and just being here as a Packer today, it's like life always comes full circle for me. And I don't really know why. I think God has his hand over me more than I could ever ask for. So, shout out to Coach Ham. That was the first person that ever make me believe as a Harrisburg Packer that I could be special and I could be different. And, in life, we don't know what comes with being special and different until we're actually in it. So, shout out to Coach Ham and, being a Packer now here today, it's an extreme honor and a blessing.
What'd you play back then?
Hmm?
What'd you play back then?
I was a running back. Yeah, y'all gonna see. I got skills, man. If I ever get a turnover, we going to the crib. I gotta get a Lambo leap, man.
You talked about how hard the past 4 months have been. It's been a lot of waiting just to find out what might happen. When you got that call from David yesterday, what were you doing and what was that moment?
I was actually I was leaving treatment from the facility, leaving treatment. And I told Dave, I said, bro, I told him that day, I was like, man, I don't know what's going to happen, but I need you to get something done soon. I have not played football this long since I was in 7th grade and I was overweight. Like, I was so overweight that, like, I just took a massive growth spurt in 7th grade that, I was in them weigh-ins before the game. And I had to take the whole 7th grade year off. And I didn't play again until 8th grade, and I played freshman football. So I was like, bro, you need to hurry up and get me on the field. Like, you need to get me moving. Like, I don't really like this waiting game. So the fact that, I feel, bro, y'all don't even understand how relieved I feel. I told Rashid, I said, bro, just go ahead and get ready for your best practice week because I ain't put my hands on somebody in so long. And I'm just so ready to get out there. Like, y'all don't even understand, bro. Like, it's miserable when, like, you missing the thing that you love. Like, because this is what it's about, right? We play it because we love, right? And bro, just missing that. Like, my getaway, I'm just holding everything in. Like, workouts is cool, pushing yourself cool, but just actually playing what you love. That's like watching your big brother just play Xbox all day and you never get to touch it. You just get to see it. Like, that's kind of how I feel. I got to watch everyone get better, get, faster, learn the system, do everything. But I couldn't be out there. And that kind of hurt me more than anything.
What did you do during that time, to keep your mental in a good spot? And, when you weren't playing football, what did you do during that time?
I relied on a lot of family and a lot of, scriptures. Like, my mentor sending me scriptures, a lot of God, for real, like praying, like mom calling me to pray, uncle calling me to pray, a lot of family calling me to pray. And, they just praying that God, take this off my shoulders. And he sure did. Because when I got that call, like, there was nothing he couldn't tell me, bro. I ran out the building. I'm like, bro, I'm on my way home. When they want me there, you know what I mean? Like, it's time.
So you called him yesterday and had that chat. How long did it take for him to call you back and say, okay, it's done now?
I called him at like noon. He called me at like 4:30. He said, we're almost done. He's like, be patient. I was like, Dave, hurry up, bro. Like, I'm trying to, get ready and take this next step. Like, y'all don't even understand how excited I am to be here. I hope they understand the type of player that's going to come into this building every day to get better. And I understand what Kenny meant to this organization. I never want to try to replace him. I just want to try to sustain the standard that he left here and his mark and his print that he left. And same just like the other prestigious guys that came through this program.
Does your talent bring a responsibility to be a leader, or is that just who you are anyway?
I think both. I think just as, like, if you're going to be the best player, you have to find ways to lead. And I wouldn't say I'm the most vocal guy. I'm a guy that just wants to go out there and run through somebody's face and make some plays. But as I kind of grew up and I kind of was able to sit back and be a teacher for once, and show guys things and be that on the field, I think, allowed me to see a different side of myself that I think I can add here now.
Michael, were you,
Last one.
given how it felt to watch your brothers play Xbox, basically, were you starting to worry that this stalemate was not gonna get resolved? And, I mean, the Cowboys game is not that far away for them, their opener. Like, were you starting to worry that you were gonna have to take this farther than you even wanted to?
I was. And it's obviously not what I wanted. I think, throughout my career, I played through so many different obstacles and things like that. Like, every opportunity is a great opportunity. That's kind of how I look at it. And I did not want to be in a position where I was missing opportunities, not only to feed my family, but like I said, the brotherhood. Like, them guys wanted me on the field as bad as I want to be on the field. They look at me as, they big brother. Like, he needs to be out there. I know we can win with him. I know what he can do out there. So, yeah, I was worried about that, but now it's resolved. I'm going to fly in here Sunday afternoon, learn this playbook, and get ready and try to go out there and perform on Sunday afternoon.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. See you guys soon.
All right, there you go. Micah Parsons, the newest member of your Green Bay Packers, and sounds like he is ready to come to Green Bay and wreak some havoc on the rest of the NFC North. And I'm personally excited to see what he can do in a Packers uniform. Certainly, I know this is an audio medium, but he was wearing the colors, if you will, the yellow beanie, kind of a sweater. You'll see it on the news later on today that very Packers themed, I would say. But it was good to hear from him. He will wear uniform number 1 instead of uniform number 11. That's being taken by Jaden Reed right now. So that will be a little bit of a change to get used to as well. And I'm not sure the last player that wore number 1 in a Packers uniform, but he's got a lot to live up to, including that contract of $188 million over the next 4 years. All right, we're going to send things back off to regular programming coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thanks to you for sticking around and listening to all of this. Again, came a little bit later than we were anticipating, but eventually Micah Parsons did make his way to the podium. Thanks to Jeff Orlovsky, who was in the last about half an hour or so for Andrew Ludwig, who stuck around a little bit late as well. So that'll do it for our coverage tonight of Micah Parsons coming to Green Bay, but we've got a full 17-game regular season coming up starting a week from Sunday, and we're looking forward to it here on the Game Radio Network and on the Packers Radio Network. For all of us here at the Game, I'm Doug Russell. Have a great Labor Day weekend. We'll talk to you on the other side.
The Larrabee and LePay podcast.
What is this, year 4, man? Do you believe that? They've asked us back for year 4. No one's more surprised than you.